Hey, everybody. Thanks for joining us. So we're doing memory and focus. You know, a lot of times when we think of memory, we just think of, the ability to recall something. You're standing there with a couple of friends and they're talking, that guy in that movie, that movie, that guy, that guy, and you start doing stuff like that, especially as you get older, or at least as I get older, right? And so, we think of memory being just that, but memory can be actually a lot of different things. And so I went through and did a little like quick write up without going too in depth and making it like a little booklet that you needed to just spend time reading. But I just kind of gave you some bullet points of the aspects of memory. And so I kind of laid that out for you for a little bit. Now, we're not necessarily going to go through and treat like each aspect blow by blow, but there's things that you can do for memory that addresses these aspects. I'd say one of the big things with memory is that sometimes maybe we don't have focus, or we're a little distracted, or we're a little agitated, and we actually don't take in the information to form the memory. And so we want to also kind of go through and address that. And so we're not just looking at it from these are the issues of memory, or these are the mechanics of memory, and let's do a bullet point for how to treat each aspect. In the past, I have done stuff like this, but this is just a good general everyday kind of memory treatment, something that you can do for maintenance. The thing that we've done in the past was to go through and to treat the memory for like psychological healing. And so the same mechanisms, but a little bit more involved and a little bit of a different approach. So this is just about like helping you generate memory and be able to have recall and those mechanisms. Okay, so there's some things that you can go through and look at and read at your own convenience. It's kind of interesting, but let's get into the juicy stuff, the treatment. Right? And so right off the bat, there's a thing that we call auric programming. And for those of you that have been doing the whole series on the aura is the energetic mold or blueprint that the physical body, the emotional body, the mental body follow, right? And so things happen in the aura before they physicalize. Some of the aspects of the aura has to do with your structure, your anatomy, the structure of your emotions, the structure of your mind, thoughts, opinions, things like this. Then we have function, right? How do all these things work? How do they function? What are the processes? So with that, we look at it from the point of view of what we call auric waves, your processes, your physiology, right? Then there is the dynamics of the aura, which is tied to cognitive processes, like how you go through and you process information. How does the left brain and right brain work with each other, right? These three things produce what we call the auric program, right? So you have the structure, the physiology or the processes, and then the cognitive processes all produce a program in the aura, right? And this program runs kind of no matter what. Even if you think something different or want something different, or make some efforts to make some sort of shift or change, part of what you're dealing with is this auric program. And so sometimes you'll get better, say you're working on some issue and you get better, you make 2 or 3 steps forward and then you make 2 or 3 steps back, right? Part of what's happening is, sometimes it takes a lot for the body to change, but also sometimes it takes a lot for the aura to change. When these programs are running, they're not subject to like a whimsy of the mind. You know, just because you think something different doesn't mean the program's going to change. These programs are running, and sometimes they're quite positive, and sometimes it's not that they're negative. You could say that they're out of sequence. They're not aligned. They're running more driven by drives of the lower nature. And as you go through and refine these auric programs, you're starting to be under more of the influence of the higher nature or of the soul, rather than the drives of the primal aspects of the lower nature of the body. Right? So right off the bat, we want to go through and we want to work this auric program, because if we don't work the program, the rest of the work isn't going to really settle in quite like it should, right? And so here we're going to use memory support, but if you don't have memory support, rosemary is a good second choice. It won't quite have the impact on the program like the memory support. You know, the thing is the blends that we use in the auric programming class is like I've blended them specifically to work the program. And so here memory support would be your best bet. If not, rosemary would work. And it's dawning on me, you know what else would have worked is aloes would work. Actually, if you have aloes would work. Memory support's the premium choice. Now, for some of you who got the pay for kit, there is also a herbal memory support tincture. And the tincture is very similar to doing this process, right? So if you want to do maintenance in between, you take the tincture. Tincture will kind of go through and help to reset the program. What I like to do with like something like this is I take the tincture before I work the program to make it like double, like really work it, right? So if you got the kit for purchase, use the herbal tincture. Just take a dropper full, you put it in your mouth, wash it down with water. If you're a little sensitive to the way it tastes, put it a little bit in water or juice and then drink it down. But I don't remember it tasting that bad. Is it okay? Or yeah.
Always have to wash things down.
Yeah. So anyway, so we have one of the oils, whichever one you're choosing. And first we're going to do the standard approach, which this could be maintenance. It could be a quick approach, or it could be just a thing you do from time to time. And then we're going to go through and we're going to do the advanced approach. So this is a little excerpt out of the auric programming class, right? So you have your oil. And I think in the kit for purchase, this was a 5 ml, wasn't it?
Mhm.
Yeah, like the kit for purchase was a lot of 5 ml bottles for this class. So the bigger bottles. Okay. So before we even get going, start just taking long, slow, deep breaths. As you're breathing, I'm going to keep talking. So part of the issue sometimes with memory is we're a little distracted, so we don't gather in the information. Sometimes it's lack of blood flow, right? Lack of blood flow to the head. So with a decreased amount of blood in the head, you're also going to be oxygen deprived. And so it's referred to as hypoxia. And when you have a little bit of hypoxia, be it because of a respiratory issue, you know, maybe you're breathing shallow. There's all kinds of reasons why it could happen. Tightness in the neck, the decrease of blood to the head actually causes cognitive decline and impacts the memory. Sometimes it's a little bit of a neurological issue. Sometimes the body's dealing with inflammation. Sometimes the brain is a little toxic. And so these are the kinds of things that we're going to be addressing here today. So you're just taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And just be still for a Then again, you're just taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're not following any pattern. You're just taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause. Now we're going to do what we call working the 4 quadrants of the aura, right? So we're going to work the 4 quadrants of the aura, and you're going to put your awareness on part of your body. Now, we're not necessarily working the body, but we're using the body to anchor our attention to work the aura that extends out from the body, right? So think of your aura as like you're a little goldfish in a bowl of water. Like that water that the fish is swimming in is a lot like the aura. And so whatever the quality of that water directly impacts the fish, also the quality of the aura directly impacts our body, right? So we're wanting to work the mechanisms, the program that directly impacts memory. For example, like this is what I would say about this is say you had a lot of painful things that happened when you were young. Part of how we would deal with it is, you try to change behaviors, you try to change the way of thinking, you try to come up with management strategies of how do I deal with these difficulties, these painful events when we were young. And one of the ways that we do it very unconsciously, is our memory can go a little bit. It helps us to not be constantly aware of something that was very painful, or if it's something that we need to let go. Sometimes built into our physiology is the ability to just not be able to recall it so that we're able to let it go. Right? And so with that, with the tools that we have, we can go back through and process a lot of these past things. But sometimes that mechanism got set in place. And even though you've moved past it, the mechanism to try to protect us or to try to help us let it go, sometimes it still needs to be re-educated. It needs to be overwritten to go back to normal processes, right? So here we're starting to address that with the auric program. Okay, so the first part, you're going to have your awareness on the left side of your body. So left side of your face and neck, your left shoulder, your left ribs, your left hip, down the outer left leg, all the way down to the outer left ankle. So you're going head to ankle. Okay, so your awareness is on the left side of your body. And with your awareness on the left side of your body, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still inhaling on the left side of your body. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Mm. And then just pause and let go. Just let go of everything. Pause and let go. How's this feel? Now your awareness is on the front side of your body. So your face and throat, your chest, your abdomen, the front of your pelvis, down the fronts of your legs, all the way to the tops of your feet. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and let go. We're just letting go. Now we're doing the right side of the body. Right side of the face and neck, your right shoulder, your right ribs, your right hip, down the outer leg to the right ankle. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the whole right side of your body. You know, for those of you who are doing the intuitive practices, working memory enhances your ability to bring things forth from intuition. You know, sometimes the information is so abstract or so symbolic or even a little bit formless, a little bit. There it's not quite a formed idea. Working the memory mechanisms helps you to bring it forth into the conscious mind. So there's enough interest. Maybe we even do a series on memory. Because I mean, we could do 5 of these days really easy. And now the backside. You're gonna put your awareness on the whole backside, the back of the head and neck, your upper back, your mid back and low back, hips, the back of your legs, the hamstrings and the calves, all the way down to the heels. So the whole backside of the body, head to heel. Long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Notice your body and notice your mind. How's that feeling? There you go. Okay, we're going to do another round. So you're still using that same oil. Your awareness is on the left side of your body, left side of your face and neck, your left shoulder and ribs, your left hip and down the outer leg, the left ankle, head to ankle. And then pause. Just pause and let go. It's happening in your brain. Yeah. The front side of your body, your face and throat, your chest, abdomen, the front of your pelvis, down the fronts of your legs, all the way to the tops of your feet. And just pause. Just pause. The right side of your body, right side of your face and neck, your right shoulder and ribs, your right hip, down the right outer leg to the right outer ankle.
Mm.
And just be still. You're just being still. And then the back side. Your awareness is on the back side of your body, back of the head and neck, the upper back, the mid back, your low back and hips, down the backs of your legs, all the way to the heels. And just pause with that. Notice your body. Notice your emotions. Notice your mind. Just check in with yourself there. Now, going back to what I was saying earlier, part of what we're doing here is we're working the auric program. We're working that running program that's in the aura that constantly physicalizes something into your body, right? Into the emotions, into the mind. When it's running positive, it's like you could even have some bad habits and the memory is still going to be good. When it's running negative, or it's having like a negative sequence where it's like going up an escalator that is moving down, but you're trying to go up. You can do it. It's a lot more work, right? The more that you clean up the auric program, the more that your physiology just kind of goes with the flow of things, like it does what it does naturally and to the best of its ability. So that's what we're shooting for. Now, if you look at what's in like the memory support, a big component of it is rosemary. And you can see here that the oil that you can use for this process, that's a single oil, is rosemary. Now, rosemary doesn't necessarily shift the program. It does a little bit, but not like the blend. But one of the things with rosemary is it's known as a cephalic. And no need to know that word, but that word just means that it moves blood towards your head. It moves blood towards your brain. And so there's certain plants that's what they do.
One little.
Well, oh, okay. So sorry about that. So what's happening is you're moving blood to the brain. So you're getting more blood to the brain, which means you're getting more oxygen. And by getting more blood to the brain and more oxygen, the blood's also bringing other nutrients. You're nourishing the brain. You're helping it to function better. So sometimes our memory issue is just lack of blood flow, lack of oxygen, lack of nutrients. And so here we're working an energetic component, but because you're also working with plants, you're also supporting it physically in the body. You're helping to move blood towards the head, right? So if you start your day out every day, even if you don't go through and do this process that we just did, but you get your cup of coffee and you do your thing and you're reading the paper, you could sit and inhale rosemary, or you could sit and inhale memory support. And for one, it's shifting things in your energy body, but two, it's moving blood to the brain, which enhances memory. So there was a study done many years ago that if a person got up every morning and did 25 inhalations of rosemary every morning, within 30 days, there starts to be a significant improvement of memory function. This was a European, I think it was a French study, if I remember right. And it was either French or English, I can't remember. Well, I guess that's a joke. I can't remember. um, the key here though would be repetition. So even if you don't go through and do this whole process where you do the 4 quadrants and everything, even if you just get up in the morning and inhale rosemary or inhale memory support over a period of time, over 30 days, it will start improving your memory. Part of what it's also doing, because if you look at uh, rosemary as well, part of what rosemary also does, as well as basil, is that it has an impact on your adrenals. And so it has a fortifying effect on the adrenals, which means that it helps the adrenals to function more appropriately, right? And so sometimes we're not forming memory because the adrenals are a little overstimulated or we're a little agitated and we don't take in the information to form the memory, right? So even the use of the rosemary or the memory support, which also has basil in it, you're also fortifying the adrenals by going through and doing this. So you're hitting a lot of the markers that you would need to hit just by going through and using the memory support, right? And so the key though is consistency. Like you don't want to just do it like, oh, I'm feeling a little fuzzy in the head and I'm going to do it a couple of times. It'll be helpful, but it's helpful if it's done like daily, right? And so uh, here's the other byproduct. You know, when I was younger, you know how some people get up in the morning and they wake up and they stretch and they get up and then they're already like, hey, put me in, coach, put me in, I want to play, I'm ready to go. I was more like a lame cow where you just get up and you're like like man, I just up until like maybe 10-15 years ago, like mornings were rough.
Mhm.
You know, it took me 30-45 minutes to wake up. You know, part of that is some of these memory mechanisms. You know, your cognitive function, your body is in a state where, you know, between the adrenals and blood supply to the brain, the brain's a little foggy in the morning, right? And so by going through and doing this process, this is how I broke out of that. Is I didn't even use memory support. I just used good old fashioned rosemary. Every morning I'd get up, I'd start inhaling rosemary, and I'd take a little bit of rosemary internally. Um, Here we have that herbal memory support, which is much stronger. So I would suggest that if you want to do something internal. Um, but by going through and doing that, when I get up in the morning, I get up and within 5 or 10 minutes, you know, I wash my face, brush my teeth. Sometimes I comb my hair, sometimes I don't. Who knows? uh, I'm joking, but not really. So, you know, I'll spend 5 minutes just kind of getting my bearings, and then a lot of times within 5 or 10 minutes, I'm starting to review the things that I need to do in the day. I start writing notes that I had in my dreams. I start doing a little bit of writing, all within the first like 15 or 20 minutes of when I wake up. And the old Greg, it would have taken a couple hours to get to that place. And it's just because the lame cow syndrome where I just walked around and I mean I literally would catch myself even not walking completely in a straight line sometimes. You know how you're just kind of out of it and you're just kind of wobbling and you know, that was my youth. That was my 20s and 30s. And you know, as I got older, I forced myself to get up earlier, but it still took me a while to get up and going. And the more that I did this, the more that just stopped being a problem. And, you know, maybe it was an adrenal issue, maybe it was blood flow to the brain, you know, maybe it was just I was so in the intuitive mind that I wasn't switching over to get up and do my daily processes. But you know, one way or another, over a period of time, that tendency has dissolved. Now if I have an extra 5 minutes where I'm out of it, I'm like, what is going on here? Take more of the rosemary and do some inhaling, and man, I feel much better. One of the other things that I do is I take basil internally, also because it's a cognitive stimulant. Like it makes your mind, um, it basically makes your mind work better. And you have two choices there. You have basil and you have lotus. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. It's part of this protocol. But, if you're just looking at like quick daily things that you could do in the morning, if you just stopped right here and said, okay, I'm going to do rosemary or memory support in the morning, every morning, just right here, your memory would begin to improve. Your memory would begin to improve. Your adrenals would begin to regulate. You would get more blood supply to the brain. You'll notice that your body feels a little bit better and your body is ready to go in the morning. Part of the adrenal regulation is right as you begin waking in the morning. Part of what happens is the adrenals stimulate a little bit to kick you out of your slumber, right? You're deep in slumber, and if the adrenals don't kick in, you're just going to stay in that state. And see, as I talk this out, I'm going to say my lame cow syndrome was probably an adrenal issue. My youth was very stressful, so they were probably overactivated and depleted, right? And so the more that they got regulated, when I would get up in the morning, well, I just pop right up, right? So the more that you work this, it's doing a lot of different things, right? A lot of different things just with this one thing. So even if you took 5 minutes in the morning and went, what can I do to improve my memory support or rosemary, and you just inhale quite a bit, at least 25 inhalations, and over 30 days, usually that will improve the memory. If it's not, there means that there's some other issue going on, and we just need to figure out what that is and resolve it. But here, with what we're doing today, you're going to find a little bit of a blanket treatment of like the bigger things that could be causing an issue. And you might find that one of them really, it really hits it for you. Make that your morning routine, right? You don't have to necessarily go through and do this whole process. I would say do the whole process from time to time, but it's not something that necessarily has to be a daily routine, but something out of here needs to be a daily routine. And if you're not sure, the memory support and rosemary would be your best bet. For most of you, that's what it's going to be. For a few of you, you might have another issue that something else that we do today kind of really hits the mark. So that would be part of your process. But again, based on the study, just rosemary by itself over a period of time will produce the result. So we're going to go a little bit deeper. Well, we could open it up to questions. Let's this is a little bit more of a treat and chat day. So let's treat and now let's chat.
And we do have a couple questions in chat, but Denise, did you?
Hey, Denise.
Hi, hello. I'm so excited that you're doing this class.
Yeah, we're
I-
kind of kicking around an idea of maybe doing a little series of these, like for memory. Like I think we could do 4 or 5. You know how we did the lymphatic classes? I think we might do it for memory. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. And but
It feels
anyway.
right. It feels
Yeah.
right as I've gone along with you guys. I'm not at obviously every single class you do, clearly,
Mhm.
but as I've gone along with you all, it does feel that the breathing and the oxygen and the blood flow, because I've had a number of head injuries this lifetime.
Right.
So
Right.
I can just really feel, but the one thing I notice is, what's that old saying, what doesn't kill you does make you stronger. It does find new
Right.
pathways.
And
Right.
I want to just kind of address that a little bit. Like, you bring up a very good point, is that sometimes we have had a bit of a head injury, and head injury could mean that you bumped it, could be a hard shaking, like whiplash, where you hit the car and then your head goes back. You might not have hit your head, but that's still a little bit of a head injury. They're finding that with football players, that it wasn't just blows to the head that would cause the brain injuries, but really strong blows to the body will rattle the brain. And so what happens is it develops what you would call like fascial lesions. Like, your brain is covered in this like connective tissue, a thin layer of connective tissue. And what happens with all of that is it's almost like you get spasms in that tissue around the brain, just like you would get spasms in your hamstrings or in your calves. And one of the ways that you unwind those fascial lesions, right? It's just a fancy way of saying knots in the connective tissue, right? The way that you unwind those is you hydrate them, and you hydrate them with blood. And
Oh,
so the idea of inhaling rosemary for this particular issue, so you're increasing blood supply to the brain, but you're also increasing blood supply to the connective tissue. So in a way, it's one of the ways that you would unwind some of the fascial lesions from like a whiplash or a brain injury, or especially like just like a concussion or something like that. You don't do it in the moment. Like, you don't hit your head and go, I'm going to increase blood supply. You could, because there's going to be swelling, but like, after the event, a week or two goes by, or a year or 10 years or 20 years or whatever it is, you can still unwind some of that. A lot of times I would have people use helichrysum as well. And the reason for the helichrysum is is also very good for the brain, but it's also very good for the connective tissue. It has a little bit of a thinning effect on the blood and makes it more penetrating. So the blood that gets up to the brain like penetrates into the connective tissue more. It's one of the things that you would use to release fascia or connective tissue in the body. So the same idea would work in the brain. And so same idea. You're just trying to hydrate that connective tissue so that the brain works better. Like, even if you have those things like like ringing in the ears. Ringing
yes.
in the ears is more of a brain issue than it is an ear issue. Like, the neurotransmitters are off. So, we still use like a lot of times I use sage for that, just because sage is a neuroprotective, but sage also has a big impact on the brain and brain function. And so any of those combinations actually should help to treat ringing in the ears, but also should prevent ringing in the ears. And if you look at memory support, like what's in the oil, there's rosemary, there's some basil, there's some eucalyptus, which is also very clearing to the mind. But a big component of is also sage. And so like the memory support has a lot of the different components in it to help the brain. And even with some head injuries or like a whiplash or a blow to the body that rattled the brain, whatever it might be, sometimes we don't even remember. Like, I can remember playing dodgeball when I was a little kid and falling and hitting my head several times and getting that little goose egg. Now, knowing what I know, that was bad. But a little kid, you're like, I'm gonna keep playing.
Yes.
You just don't know. But we have a lot
So
of things happen to our brain that as we get older, that like just
life, yes, life. Okay,
yeah.
memory support is rosemary, basil, eucalyptus, and sage. Is there anything else in it besides
Let me
that,
look it
Greg?
up. Peppermint and petitgrain.
Oh, okay. And then when you brought up the helichrysum
Mhm.
and thinning out the kind of connective tissues with
Mhm.
and bringing the blood supply, up. Would that be taken internally, or is this all inhalation or
You
both?
can just do it with inhalation, actually. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
just inhalation. Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Inhalation should be enough. And the reason for the Petitgrin and the memory support is it helps to deal with confusion somewhat. Like when basically when the brain's not firing right. But part of what happens with Petitgrin is it also is one of the oils that helps the body go into rest and repair mode a little bit. So it's toning to the vagus nerve. And then
oh, wow.
peppermint stimulates the focus. It stimulates the mental faculties. Peppermint is a body stimulant, system stimulant, like where it hits all the systems, just like cinnamon does. They work a little bit different, but they both stimulate all the body's processes. So when you inhale peppermint, part of what's happening is you're stimulating the mental processes to work better. I find it's a good
Yeah.
way to initiate things, but more long term things like basil work better for long term cognitive function.
And in that case, it would be both like inhalation and drops, it sounds like, with basil, right?
You could do a lot of it with just inhalation, actually.
Wow,
Yeah,
that's
yeah, you could
great.
do a lot of it with, for me, like I take basil internally. I got a lot to do. I'm already doing other protocols, like uh some of it's time management, and if taking it internal works as well as inhaling it, I kind of cheat into just take it internal. You
I,
know what
I,
I mean?
I
And
do.
so
I
yeah,
thank you.
yeah.
Actually, recently I went to, the local market and I bought a basil plant just simply because I love when I water
Hmm.
it. I love the fragrance that comes
Hmm.
off of it. I
Yeah, yeah,
haven't
yeah.
yet taken any leaves off of it, okay? But I
Yeah,
love
yeah.
the fragrance. So that definitely tells you something.
Yeah,
Thank
basil's
you.
amazing.
You've given me some wonderful information, all of us. So thank you so much for
Oh, you're
going
so
into this
welcome.
with me. I'm looking forward to continuing the class.
Good, good.
And then go ahead, David, then Lolly.
Hey, David.
Hi, Greg.
Hey, how are you?
I'm great. You just gave me exactly what I need. I'm gonna start with rosemary every morning.
Yeah.
And
Do you have a little bit of the lame cow syndrome like I did?
yeah, I
Yeah,
do.
yeah, yeah,
And I've had brain injuries,
yeah,
plural, I think.
yeah,
So one was severe. So I'm
yeah,
definitely, and memory is an issue as well. So I'm
yeah,
definitely
yeah.
going to be doing this. And then I wondered, I had heard sage was also really helpful. And can you delineate how sage and basil and peppermint, like what the differences would be?
Sure. So peppermint is a good way to focus, and it will jumpstart the mental processes. But I find that it doesn't produce like a long lasting effect. Like like if you're in the middle of studying and you're getting a little like ugh, or you're doing a bunch of paperwork and you're like, "Ooh, my mind's kind of getting fried." You inhale peppermint for a little bit, and you'll be able to focus again, right? And so it does improve the ability to focus. But long term, I find that basil is much better for stimulating overall cognitive processes. And part of what basil does is it diminishes what you would call the stress of concentration. And going back to the paperwork scenario, you sit and you do paperwork, you're doing paperwork, and then you're grinding on all these details, and then at some point you're like, I need a break. Like I just too much, right? Part of what you're saying there is my brain got so stressed out, I need a break. Like, because anytime the body starts to shut down or it just stops functioning, that is always stress. It's not emotional stress. Like, it's a lot of stresses in the body are what you would call mechanical stresses, right? And so stress of concentration is like a mechanical stress. Like you do something and then you reach a point of like a threshold, and then your brain just goes, I need a break. So basil will increase the amount of time that you can concentrate. And in those moments where you're starting to have that stress of concentration, which is a mechanical stress, basil will diminish that mechanical stress so that you can start focusing and cognitively processing things. And so I would take basil a step further, and it stimulates also higher cognitive functions. And it's one of the things that you could use to treat that, like the cognitive processes, to being able to process more abstract information, where peppermint can't take you there. Basil can definitely take you there. So like dream processing, processing new ideas, processing things that you know, might be coming out of meditation or like from the inner world. You could even say the cognitive function or functions of recognizing your true nature. You know, that's what over the years people have used Blue Lotus for, you know, especially in the Buddhist tradition, in the Egyptian tradition. They use it to recognize their true nature. And in the African tradition, and sometimes in the Hindu tradition, they use basil in the same way. And so certain practices, devotional practices in the Hindu tradition, they'll use basil as a devotional practice to one I think is Lakshmi, and another one I think is Ganesha. You do know of? Yeah, like they even wear like little malas of holy basil. You know, they'll wear malas of basil. I used to have one. And the idea is that by wearing the basil, it stimulates your ability to recognize your true nature. And then same thing in Buddhism, but with lotus. You know, you'll see like Tara or somebody where they're holding lotuses, or on a tanka, there's lotuses around them. And again, that is about not just activating the pineal gland and the crown, but it's stimulating, in Buddhism, they call it Vajrayana. It's stimulating the cognitive processes to recognize your true nature. So by going through and doing that, you're sharpening the mind. And when it's directed to the external world, it makes your mental processes more acute. Like you can recognize the true nature of different things. Like if you're at work and you're trying to problem solve something, your ability to realize the true nature of the problem is enhancing your ability to problem solve. Where a lot of times you're like, well, it could be this, it could be that, it could be a story, it could be, you know, this, and you start stabbing at in the dark. But like when the cognitive processes are really heightened, you go beyond just what the problem is. You're like, but why is this happening? What are the mechanisms? Like, you know, your brain really starts processing it. And what you're doing is you're really stimulating more of your intuitive mind. And so basil and lotus both do that quite substantially. And so sage is good for brain fatigue. And so one of the things that can happen sometimes with memory mechanisms is there's a bit of brain fatigue there. Like, you know, it's usually because of inflammation, or the spleen gets depleted, or if the lymphatic system is real stagnant and makes the sensory nerves like fire really rapidly. And so sage calms down the sensory nerves, but it stimulates some of the processes in the brain that help you process that sensory information. So for one, it helps you to process that information more. It calms down the overproduction of the sensory information that goes to the brain, and it undoes some of that brain fatigue. And so when you're dealing with brain fatigue, one of the best things you can do is sage. Like sage is just, you know, it's why it's considered a cure-all. is it makes your brain work better. And so with that, it's considered a neuroprotective. It protects the nerves and the neural processes in the brain. And so over a period of time, using that potentially would diminish the potential for things like dementia, Alzheimer, Parkinson's, things like that. In theory, it's been studied a little bit, but it hasn't been studied extensively enough. But in theory, mechanically, that's the thing that it would produce.
That's great. And did you talk? Yeah, you did. Let's see. And so what about helichrysum? And then I have one more.
Helichrysum is just, it's not so much for the brain, but you would use it for like when there's been a brain injury or a concussion. Usually I say more like concussions and things. Brain injuries, you really have to evaluate like what part of the brain got hit, and then you can use different oils to treat that. But in general, the memory support would treat a lot of those things in general, and then you can augment with using some helichrysum, just because it reduces inflammation and it helps reduce the fascial lesions up in the head. And a lot of times when you're dealing with a concussion or a brain injury, there's the injury to the brain potentially, but a lot of it is like these lesions that happen in the connective tissue. And so with that, by using the helichrysum, it should help to reduce that quite substantially.
So one quick question. I used to read a great deal after I had a pretty severe brain injury. Really don't read books as much, or very little, compared to what I used to read. So probably the best thing would be the memory support overall.
Memory support would be the number one thing for you to use. And then if you wanted to augment, you could use the helichrysum, but like the workhorse is going to be memory support.
Cool. Thank you so much, Greg.
And memory support has all of that wound up in it. It has the basil, it has the rosemary, it has sage, it has petitgrain, which also helps the brain to function better and minimizes confusion and things like that. It has the peppermint to stimulate the focus there. And then it also has eucalyptus, which is also like clearing to the lower mind. It's clearing to those like repetitive thoughts, and you just get into like little loops of stuff. Some of those loops are actually still byproducts of brain fatigue, by the way. They can be caused by a lot of different reasons, a lot of different issues. But one of the big ones is just a little bit of brain fatigue. And so you're already treating the brain fatigue with the other parts, and the eucalyptus is just a little bit of mop up. It just kind of cleans things up a little bit.
Is that any eucalyptus?
Mostly globulus, radiata, or polybroct.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Great. And
I think Smithy would probably do it to a certain extent, but you know how like some of them are a little softer, and then there's some where you inhale them, you go, whoa, that eucalyptus is strong. It's the strong ones that knock the stuff out of the throat.
Oh, wow.
Like Citrodora, Eucalyptus citrodora and ironbark eucalyptus, they're more lemony. They actually impact more like kind of fears and things, but they won't clear out the mind like the way globulus or radiata does.
Oh, this is so cool. I can't wait. I'm going to be ordering memory support. And I can diffuse that too, right? No
yeah,
problem.
you can diffuse it. I mean, like you can diffuse it. It's good to get like a good 20-25 inhalations close to the nose, because those molecules are getting into the bloodstream by going into the lungs, and then as blood passes through, it picks up those molecules and then starts to impact your physiology. But the diffusing would also work. And if you're really wanting to work it for a little bit, I would use the tincture. Use the tincture and do the inhalation in the morning, and in 30 days it'll be a turnaround for you.
Wow, a tincture of the brain support.
Yeah, the tincture, I can tell you what's in the tincture. Like I think I augmented it a little bit because sometimes there's herbs that aren't necessarily oils. So give me just a sec here.
And just so everyone knows, we will be getting that memory support tincture up on the site for you. Because yeah, it's called herbal memory support. It was in the kit, but we'll get it up on the site for the rest of you guys.
And Sam, do you know what it costs so I can just put it in now?
It's $15.
Okay, great.
So it's the herbal memory support is rosemary, basil, peppermint, but then it's ginkgo biloba,
Oh, yeah.
which ginkgo is very good about moving blood up to the brain. It's also a cephalic. So ginkgo biloba, like if you take it for a period of time, actually will even make your hair grow faster.
Wow.
Yeah, just because it moves so much blood up to the head. And then Gotu Kola, which is a
Oh,
Venus tonic. So it helps move the blood from your legs up, up towards the body. And then it also has blue lotus in it, which again helps to stimulate cognitive processes. So the herbal version is a little bit different than the essential oil version.
Right, right. So, Greg, this is so tremendous. I mean, I've struggled with really reading books since my brain injury, which has been a long time. So this is going to be changing my life. And I already did with rosemary this morning. I can feel the difference immediately.
Yeah.
So I just want to thank you so much.
Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. I suffered from lame cow syndrome. I don't know that there's a name for it. That's what I just always have called it. Lame cow syndrome. I suffered from that for so long. And I'd had my share of concussions, and I don't know if it was because of concussions or it was just the way I was wired, I had a lot of stress, but whatever it was, it got unwound, just by doing this process. I didn't even do all the things we're doing today. I just did the first part and it unwound it substantially. So
thank you so much.
you're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Lolly, then Teresa.
Hey, Lolly.
Hey, good morning.
Mhm.
So again, basil is super helpful to take internally. I've had a concussion many years ago. I actually tried taking basil. The taste just stays with me a little bit too much, so not working the best. More than any other oil. So I'm guessing in the herbal memory support, you don't feel it maybe as much.
No, because it's the herb, it's not quite as strong tasting as the essential oil.
And okay, and then when we're talking about like blue lotus, because you mentioned that's another option as well, would the blue lotus tincture help? Would it do the same thing?
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, it's not going to be as powerful, I'm guessing, as the herbal memory support, right?
It helps. So the blue lotus by itself would help cognitive processes, but it doesn't necessarily stimulate the blood flow. And so especially if you're dealing with like an old injury like whiplash or a concussion or something like that, I would increase blood flow. Like I think that's an important component of it. And even like when we look at the ginkgo biloba in the herbal preparation moves blood, and the rosemary moves blood. Again, going back to some studies, there was studies done with Gotu Kola, and Gotu Kola, basically they say Gotu Kola improves the functions of the brain. And I interact with different circles of like herbalists and also physicians sometimes that dabble with herbs and things. And I found it very interesting because over the years, you use Gotu Kola for like vein issues, especially in the legs, like you have varicose veins or like veins that are too dilated down in the legs, or if there's a little bit of blood not, moving back, so you get a little bit of swelling. That's what what I always used Gotu-Kola for. And I was talking with these physicians one time when I was in the Philippines, and when I said that to them, because Gotu-Kola grows there locally, and they were talking about how they were using Gotu-Kola, and I made the comment about the vein tonic, and they went, wait, what? Like they didn't even know about the vein tonic or varicose veins or, blood flow to the legs or peripheral circulation issues. And they use it almost exclusively for brain function. And I was like, huh. Like, I knew that it would help brain function, and I had already read the studies, but like for them, like it was a local thing, they use it exclusively. Like when people, basically they were describing like brain fatigue, brain function, brain injury, things like that. And I was like, huh. I have so many other things that I would go to first. I didn't think I would go to Cola quite to that, like use it that extensively, but yeah, like even Gotu-Kola by itself is very helpful to brain function, because you're regulating circulation. And so you're coming at memory mechanisms a lot of different ways, like by treating these different things, and so the Lotus by itself doesn't address the circulation issues, but it definitely stimulates the cognitive processes. So I would say just augment it some way with getting some more blood to the head, and it should improve.
So then the question would be, because I'm taking the vein health, which has the Gotu-Kola. Is the amount of Gotu-Kola in the vein health?
Yeah, it's pretty substantial.
Tincture?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
so
pretty substantial.
Okay, so that can potentially be helpful
Yeah.
for that as well.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
like half of that tincture is Gotu-Kola.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then already taking helichrysum as well internally.
Mhm.
And then really the memory support oil, you can take it internally, right? Because it has eucalyptus.
It has a form of sage in it that's not best to take internal. So I would say no.
Okay.
Like if you're gonna
Okay.
take something internal, I would probably just do rosemary by itself.
Okay. Or do the
I was
herbal.
gonna switch it over to Spanish sage at one point, and I just didn't. I like the way that regular sage works. And so I would say no on that.
Okay, so it's either taking rosemary on its own or doing the herbal
Right.
memory support, basically.
Right.
Okay, and then basil, if I'm not taking it internally, then do inhalations with that as well to get the benefits.
Right.
Okay.
And you could do that with the basil. Like if you don't
Yeah.
want to take the basil internal, just do 20-25 inhalations in the morning of that. I mean, sometimes I'll do that even later in the afternoon. You know how like you've been productive, and then it's like 3 or 4 o'clock starts rolling around, and you're like, "Ugh, I'm ready for the day to end, but I still got a little more to do." Some of that's not like lack of energy. It's just that your brain's a little fried, or at least I should say my brain's fried. And so I'll sit and I'll take a couple drops of basil and I'll inhale it. And then I go and I finish out the day without even thinking about it. And so, we always think of stress as being a body stress, but sometimes it's a mental stress, like I'll bottle for 6-7 hours and then I'm just like, I'm done. I'm fried, because it's a lot of tedious work. And then I'll come back and I'll inhale some basil and, maybe take a little blue lotus tincture or something. And I'm like, okay, I'm ready to go again. Let me go finish up my project. And so all that's happening there is you're diminishing that stress of concentration.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, Teresa, then Sonia.
Hey, Teresa.
The unmute button has been very slow for me this morning. Maybe I need more rosemary. So a question as related to this, what about think I kind of got that this is resetting the memory. So that would like kind of also help with the reset after clearing all the past traumas. Or is there anything else to supplement
It
that
would
with?
reset it even if you didn't clear the traumas. You know, sometimes the thing with trauma is one of the managing strategies of the body is to dissociate.
Yep.
And dissociation is really a circulatory issue. Like
Okay.
your body kind of shifts around and your blood doesn't get up to the brain quite like it should. And so by going through and doing this, it starts to undo the effects of the dissociation, and it diminishes the tendency to dissociate. So even when we talk about like Basil and Lotus increasing and improving the cognitive functions of the brain and the ability to realize like your true nature, your higher nature, what you know, or the nature of the surroundings, part of it is you're making the mind or the brain more present with whatever you're perceiving, right?
Mhm.
And so it's a different way of saying you're diminishing the dissociative mechanisms, you know, because part of the dissociation is you might not have even taken in the information to form the memory, right? Like, so there's times where like people who have had very traumatic childhoods, and you go, you know, what cartoons did you watch when you were little? And they go, I don't remember. Like, I don't really remember my childhood. That means that they probably were relatively checked out. And it's not that they don't remember, it's that they didn't form memory in that time because they were so dissociative. And
Okay.
so like there you have a little bit of, you might improve the memory function, but in certain areas or certain situations, you might not be able to recall something, but it's because the memory just never formed. You know, it's not that you don't have memory there. It's or you don't have great memory function there. It's that just memory never happened, you know.
Yeah. I was thinking more that, I guess that would you call it dissociation. I think I know that I left my body, like
Yeah, that would be
behind.
dissociation. Yeah.
Yeah. And I never had heard that about the association with that with also circulation. So is there anything, because sometimes I have circulation issues and now I'm realizing that it's where the trauma was on the body. So
It could be that, but the circulation that, like for dissociation that you really want to focus on is the arms and the legs.
Mhm.
So if you increase or improve circulation in the arms and legs, dissociation goes down substantially.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what would you recommend for that?
You could use still rosemary, you could use camphor, you could use black pepper, even vetiver. As much as it's relaxing, it's also a circulatory tonic, and so it will increase and improve circulation in those areas. Other things like that warming muscle tonic or red healer, like that would also be good.
Mhm.
What else? See the peppers, thyme, different kinds of thyme, like thyme linalool on the arms and legs could be good. Yeah, I'm sure there's others, but they're not coming to mind right now.
Okay. I use a lot of camphor. The
Yeah,
body tonic
camphor is
is
a
one of
great
my,
thing to use. Yeah.
and the thyme linalool.
Yeah, I love me
Um,
time.
exactly. Anything, so for arms and legs, would you primarily recommend like the body tonics?
Yeah, you
Or
could do body tonics. In the old days, I used to put massage oil, like I'd put it on my arms and legs with massage oil, but I found that it greased up my clothes a lot. So that's why the whole body tonic thing started happening. It was like, you gotta be able to
Okay.
put it on, it's got dry, right?
Okay.
So
Yes.
you could do that. I went through a phase also where I would dab it on the joints. I found that worked, but I like the body tonic better. Like, I think the
Okay.
body tonic is a bit more effective.
Okay.
Yeah.
And internally,
Oh, internally, rosemary
Yeah.
verbena. Yeah, yeah,
a rosemary verbena.
yeah. I mean, any rosemary would work, but rosemary verbena would be the premium of the choices.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then can you talk a little bit about the difference between holy basil versus regular basil?
Yeah, holy basil, does some different things to, like holy basil is very good for like offsetting things like radiation and things like that. It hits a lot of the same markers as normal basil, but it does have some different functions. And so, you know, a lot of times you're splitting hairs with these, but both would hit the cognitive processes very good. I find that holy basil is a little bit better for like body stress, and the regular basil or basil linalool is a little bit better for mental stress, but they both do both. Like, you know what I
Okay.
mean? Like holy basil also treats mental stress, and basil linalool also treats like physical stress, and they both unwind the effects of stress, which I think is huge.
Mhm.
There was talk for a little bit that holy basil would also impact the thyroid. I didn't find that to be the case, but there was some writings from I don't know, this one practitioner, is an Ayurvedic practitioner one time, and they were saying that it impacted the thyroid. I question that. Like I never really found it to be therapeutically effective in that area, unless it's just like toning.
Mhm.
But you know, that they're the thing with the holy basil is it has a little bit more of an impact on like rhythms and cycles in the body. I would say if you're going through phases where you're needing to adapt to something, you know, so you're dealing with change, or there's just a lot of like chaos or things that you're having to adjust and adapt to, holy basil is probably a better choice. You know,
Okay.
holy basil is probably a lot better choice. And so, but again, both would still work, but holy basil would probably shine a little bit better there.
Okay. Great.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very
You're so
much.
welcome.
And then go ahead, Sonia, then Lara.
Hey, Sonia.
The for the what was the you said the lemon eucalyptus was citrador, and what was the other one?
Ironbark eucalyptus.
Okay.
They're both the lemon scented eucalyptuses.
Okay. And you used to have a different memory support. Will that work equally well, or
The different memory support.
you used to have a different memory support, and I think it was just rosemary and petitgrain.
If it's just those two, boy, if I made a memory support, it was probably more complex than that. Like how old are we talking?
Before you put peppermint in it. There,
Yeah, it probably just didn't have peppermint. Yeah, that's probably all the differences.
so
Yeah, it would be good. Yeah, it would still work.
it was still rosemary,
It's probably
petitgrain.
everything but the peppermint. So it'd be rosemary, eucalyptus, sage, basil.
There wasn't
petitgrain.
eucalyptus in the old one.
Hmm.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah.
well, you had said you could make the old one but like now I don't know the difference. I knew it didn't have peppermint or eucalyptus in it,
Hmm.
but I got it for my granddaughter, and then it wasn't the original one, and
Oh, if you were using it for a child, I might have modified a version of it for you for that, leaving the eucalyptus and the peppermint out. That's probably what happened. Because those two are a little bit hard on a little kid. The rest of the stuff can happen, but those two are a little bit harsh for a little kid.
yeah, I didn't state that when I got it. It's just the old one was a different.
Mm.
It
I'd
was
have to go back
was
and look at my
different.
notes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I was wondering, in the beginning of the workbook, all the stuff about memory and
Mhm.
mechanisms of memory and all that stuff, types of memory. Where did that come from? What
My notes.
if from
My
notes
notes.
of who?
Yeah. My notes
From where?
from
Where did
clinical practices.
are you talking about doctors or what
No,
kind
I'm
of
talking
sources?
about I did 100,000 sessions. I have notes from my sessions.
Sessions with who or what? Is that
With people. I don't know what you're shooting for
are
there.
you talking about medical people or it
I'm talking about me doing therapy on people.
you doing therapy on
Yeah.
people?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay, that's it.
Okay.
And then go ahead, Laura, then Brenda.
Hey, Greg.
Hey.
This kit is great, and
Oh, good.
I have a gazillion oils, but I'm really happy that with what's in this kit. You may have said this, but I want to kind of clarify. If I start using the tincture that I
Mhm.
have,
Mhm.
and I may have missed it, does the tincture have sage in it?
No, it does not. It
Okay.
doesn't have the sage. The thing that it does have that are not essential oils is ginkgo biloba and then gotu kola, and then it also has some blue lotus in it, which I didn't put in the essential oil blend, but it doesn't have the sage, which would be a neuroprotective, but the combination of ginkgo and gotu kola have a neuroprotective quality to it, and also treats brain fatigue as well. So it's like
Got it.
it's a different way of treating it, but it still is addressing that same issue.
Got it. Because I use sage on my wrists a lot.
Oh
for
yeah,
what was taught
you
in
and
the
me both.
past.
Yeah, you and me both.
So let me, one, I want to know for me, one for a family member that's having a lot of memory difficulties. Can we use the herbal tincture more than once a day?
Oh yeah, yeah.
And obviously you support putting the sage on the wrists
Yes.
still.
Yeah.
And
I like that just because part of it is if lymphatic function goes down, then the body becomes like the sensory nerves fire at a lot more rapid rate, and then it's very overwhelming to the brain. But also sage also is a tonic for the adrenals. And so one of the things that I like to use the sage for is, for one, it's a neuroprotective and it treats brain fatigue, but also with the way things are in society these days, we're constantly bombarded with information between our phones and the news and whatever. Life is a much faster pace. it diminishes the potential for you to have brain fatigue just because of that. Because if a lot of things are coming at you all the time, at some point your brain's going to go "Ugh," and start to shut down, and it's going to get fatigued. And so the sage really helps to reduce that potential.
Great.
Yeah.
So could you also use memory support, the oil on your wrists?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And were you using basil on your wrists too? Or were you
I went through a phase where I did that, but I found that inhaling it or taking it internally actually worked a little better. And so I stopped applying it and just either inhale it or internal. A lot of times I do both. Like I'll take a few drops internal and then I'll sit there and 10, 15 inhalations and then move on. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, you're so.
And then go ahead, Brenda, then Lolly.
Hey, Brenda.
Hi,
Hey, how are you?
I have a quick question.
Yes, yes.
Am I on track? This is what was happening. I was doing the rosemary, and then through all the questions, I just kept breathing in rosemary, and pain started on my left sternum. And it started every time I set the rosemary down. And so I just picked it up and kept breathing. And the pain subsided, but every time I set it down multiple times, it would come back. And then I had a coughing fit.
Yeah, I was going to say that sounds a little respiratory. Like when you have pressure on the breastbone, it can be a little bit of a respiratory issue or a circulatory issue. Yours sounds very respiratory. And so I would say it's probably opening up your lungs a little bit and the chest muscles, because part of the pressure on the breastbone is the muscles of the chest get a little tight sometimes with a respiratory issue. And as you're inhaling, you're kind of working to take that deep breath and you'll feel a little bit of that pressure. And so normally it would be almost the opposite. When you're inhaling, you would feel the pressure, but that you're feeling it, like I would even take a little bit of the rosemary and rub it on some of the chest muscles up there. Like you could rub it on the breastbone, but kind of go out a little bit, and that would probably help that. But it's basically it's a process of your chest opening up to support lung function.
Okay, it doesn't mean potential allergy response.
No.
to rosemary.
It's very hard to have a allergic response to the essential oils because the components that make an allergic response, they're not in the volatile oil. And so there can always be a sensitivity or something, but it's probably more that your physiology is shifting a little bit.
Okay, so this is all good.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much.
You're so welcome, but keep me posted. If it gets worse or something, let me know and we'll check that out more. But I think it's just your chest muscles and your chest opening up.
Okay, makes sense. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Lolly, then David.
Hey, Lolly.
Hey, so yeah, Sage, totally my best friend on the wrists and on the body tonic. It's yeah, that's like a must for me. Quick question. So in the class last week there was the body tonic devil chaser, which is basil and lotus. So I'm wondering, since you have these two, would that be beneficial as well to use?
Yeah.
Something
That's
like
kind of where I was going with that is, devil chaser is the African way of calling basil, what they call basil. But I just mixed in equal parts of basil and lotus, but it was to stimulate the cognitive processes so that again you're able to realize more the true nature. So it's about enhancing the cognitive processes. Yeah, it's exactly what it's for. Yeah.
So it's going to enhance that, but then something like what Teresa was asking about the circulation, that's not going to actually do that, because this one is going to be for the mind.
Won't increase circulation. No.
Okay.
Like you would want to do things like we talked about for that. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
and then go ahead, David, then we have some chat, shares and questions.
Hi, Greg. One more quick, hopefully quick question.
Mhm.
So I realized I'm in overwhelm right now. I've been breathing almost all the oils that you talked about, 25, as you've been talking about it. But when I talk about my brain, I go into overwhelm, and I'm in overwhelm right now. So I was gonna I was gonna leave the workshop for a while and go for a walk. But I realized I should probably just ask you, is there an oil I should use? I took rosemary internally. I think I took basil internally. I've been inhaling all of the ones you've talked about, or most of them.
Mhm.
What would you recommend that I do right now?
So let's explore what do you have? Like, so like if you're feeling very overwhelmed, one of the best oils is Petitgrin.
Oh, I don't
And
have Petitgrin. That's the
okay,
only
so
one I
do you
do.
have tarragon maybe?
Yeah, I have tarragon.
Yeah, why don't you inhale some tarragon?
Okay, super.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do
Thank
so.
you.
All right, and some questions and shares. Could you talk about what aloes does? I felt most drawn to that choice.
Aloes doesn't really increase the circulation to the brain and everything, but for the auric programs, it's one of the few oils that's a single that diminishes auric programs in general. And it does have a clearing effect on the mind, and it's very calming to the central nervous system. And so it would produce an effect. It would just be different than some of the things that we're talking about, like with the rosemary and the basil and things of that nature. And so, you know, the thing with aloes as well is it helps to shift, not that this has to do with memory, but part of what aloes does is it helps to shift being driven from the lower nature and shifting being driven more by your higher nature. And if you walk around looking at people, even people doing spiritual practices, usually the lower nature is still stronger than the higher nature. And so it diminishes the lower and shifts up, and it has a stimulating effect on the upper. And in doing so, aloes stimulates like higher levels of intuition and intuitive thinking, active intuition, and higher faculties, higher mental faculties. And so a little bit of a different animal, but still could be thrown into this mix somewhat. Yeah.
I vote yes for more memory classes.
Yeah, I think me too. I think we will.
Is basil in the adrenal support blend? Does it help to take adrenal support internally?
Let me look up adrenal support because I honestly, I have so many that I don't have them memorized. Yes, basil is in that. Yeah, that is one that you could take internal. Yeah.
And we did just get the herbal memory support tincture up on the site. There's a link in the chat for that for you guys. And also, if you look on the site now, it'll be there. I have blossoming lotus tincture. Would this be good to take?
Yeah, that's not quite like that's, even though that's lotus, that does some slightly different things. That's like more for meditation and things like that. The herbal tincture, the spadric tincture, actually can be a bit more potent for stimulating the cognitive processes. Blossoming lotus is like the activation of the crown and taking off in meditation. That's why it's called blossoming lotus. And so, I mean, it still would have an impact, but the spadric blue lotus is a bit more potent. Yeah.
I think you might have already answered this one by now, but best application of memory support oil?
Inhalation or a few drops on the wrist. Yeah. You could also take a few drops and rub it into the temples.
Do oils are able to be with blood thinners? I think they might. Like they're English.
What was the question?
So the oils are able to be with blood thinners?
Yeah, especially the ones that we're talking about, yes.
Is rosemary verbena as effective as pure basil for memory?
Well, they do different things. Rosemary, verbena, or rosemary would increase circulation. Basil would diminish the stress of concentration and stimulate cognitive functions. So they are doing different things. So I would say that would depend on the individual. If the person is lacking circulation, it would be more effective with the rosemary. If they have a lot of stress in the mind, the basil would probably be stronger. So
When you say you inhale, are you just inhaling or doing the Lama Yoga breath?
no, you're just inhaling.
Yes, so Greg did just say memory support applied to the wrist is effective.
Yeah.
Is sage a neural protective for nerves in the whole body, like in the lower back, legs, etc.?
Yeah. So like, yes, it helps with the nerves, and you could say that it's a neuroprotective, but another way of saying it also is it's regenerative to the nerves. And that doesn't mean that it makes the nerves grow back. It means that it re-educates the nerves. And so like in pain syndromes, like a good example would be that nerve health blend. That could be very effective for especially chronic pain. And part of it is, there's different oils that are antispasmodic and anti-inflammatory and reduce pain, but it has a bunch of sage in it that helps break the pattern of the repetitive pain syndrome. And so in a way, that is also what a neuroprotective mechanism is. Like it helps to either protect the nerves and the nerve function and keeping it going into a deeper dysfunctional state, or that it helps to regenerate it, improving the nerve, like the nerves function, by going back to a more appropriate way that the nerve should be working. Because like when we have a pain syndrome or an injury, part of what happens is the nerve starts firing down the wrong pathway, and then it keeps going down that pathway. Like it doesn't go, okay, it's been 2 days, let's go back to the way we're supposed to be. It just keeps going down, right? And so when you have something that's neuroprotective, it pulls it out of that downward spiral and goes, no, this is what you're supposed to be doing. And then it helps it to do what it's supposed to do. So it helps break neurological patterns in the body, negative neurological patterns.
And then go ahead, Denise, then Dan.
Hey, Denise.
Hi, okay, sage. Before when I've gone on, there's a number of different names of sages. Which ones are we talking about?
Any of the sages would work, actually.
Any
Yeah.
of them? Oh,
Yeah,
good.
like a lot of times for stuff like this, I usually use like Spanish sage or just your regular sage, but any of them will work. When I say I put sage on my body, I kind of rotate them around, I go through a little phase where like I'm all about this Australian sage, and then I'm all about this Spanish sage, and then they all kind of hit those marks.
Excellent, thank you. And then on nerve health,
Clary sage would not do the same thing. That would be the only one that I'd say doesn't do it, because it's actually not a true sage. It's a different thing. So, but any of the other sages would work.
oh, thank you. And then on nerve health, what is in that? I did order it, but I haven't quite known how to use it.
You use that on painful areas of your body, like anywhere where there's been an injury, a chronic issue, pain. It just helps to support proper nerve function, but it also breaks the body out of like repetitive neurological patterns, like chronic pain being one of them. And so,
They have it here, it's on the site, I brought it, I did it yesterday. So
Okay.
it's
Oh, you
basil,
did?
yeah, so it's basil, helichrysum, Litsea cubeba, rosemary verbenum, sage, Spanish sage, and tarragon.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
you're so welcome.
I just found a bottle of Petitgrin briefly. Can you tell me what it's really good for?
In this particular case, we're talking about using it for like the tendency to be overwhelmed. So it helps to improve brain function. It's also an antispasmodic, and it also helps to tone the vagus nerve.
And sorry, Dan, your hand was up. I meant to call on you just now.
Hey, Dan.
Hey, no worries. No worries, Sam. Hey, yeah, for keeping up with like here, I wanted to get the camera on too. Hey, now we're seeing each other. For work, you know, with the pace of work that I've got with keeping up with meetings, different things that come floating in, and you know,
Mhm.
there's like a lot of attention going from place to place to place to place. Is memory support good for that, or is there another?
So I would do a couple of things with that.
Yeah.
You know, because you have a lot of mental activity that's going on, and you're having to transition from situation to situation.
Exactly.
At least in my mind, that's what you're doing.
Yeah, that's spot
so,
on. Yeah.
right. And so I would say memory support right off the bat in the morning. I would wear some form of sage on the wrist, and then I would take basil probably a couple times during the day. And so the basil will help stimulate your cognitive function so that you can have prolonged periods of really processing a lot of information. The sage will reduce the potential for brain fatigue, but there's one extra benefit that I haven't talked about that's like for what you're talking about is
Yeah.
sage also helps you to transition from situation to situation.
Oh, good.
You know, so like when you're going like, okay, we have a meeting and we need to talk about ABC. And then you go into the next meeting, you go, okay, no more ABC. We're only talking about X, Y, and Z,
That's
right?
it.
And so the ability to go from ABC to XYZ, how well your brain can transition and let that go and then go in and completely embrace that. I call that mental transitioning. And if you notice that, like sometimes when it's not good, like you have the meeting with ABC and then you come into XYZ and you're still talking about ABC or the concepts of ABC, and it has nothing to do with it because it's a completely different situation. So you're able to do what you're needing to do, let it go, and then embrace this new situation and not drag that other thing along with it. That is mental transitioning, and sage is good for that. Aloes is good for that, and cistus is good for that.
Oh, sage, aloes,
Yeah,
cistus.
yeah, yeah.
Great. What's a good aloes? I mean, you got some nice
Oh, there's crazy aloes,
fancy
but
aloes out there.
yeah.
Yeah.
I would do like the cost effective, a lot of bang for your buck, either the aloe C or the white oud or the aloes attar. Like the really fancy ones are really fancy, but if you're looking at meat and potatoes kind of thing, like those three
So
will
what's the
work.
C, white oud, and who else?
Aloes attar.
Attar. Oh, I saw that
Yeah.
one just
Yeah,
recently.
aloes attar is aloes, but it was distilled in sandalwood. So it's
Oh.
a sandalwood aloes combination.
Combo kind of
Yeah.
thing. Right.
Mhm.
And then one last. You were speaking just of something that breaks neural patterns just
Mhm.
right before this. What was the oil?
Sage.
Sage as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you think about it, like the mental transitioning, like the breaking the neural patterns is like physical transitioning. Like you're trying to transition out of like a chronic pain syndrome, or like say you have some sort of health issue where it's chronic and you're treating it, but it's not really breaking out of that pattern. Some of it is using sage will help break you out of out of that pattern so that like something new can happen. And so again, going back to that's probably why one of the big reasons it's considered a cure-all is in situations where nothing else is working, you know, you give cure-alls because it just gets the body working more appropriately, you know, and sage being one of them. And so my guess is that it's because of its impact on the nervous system. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
sir.
Adrian. Okay. See you around.
And then go ahead, Peggy.
Hey,
Hi,
Peggy.
y'all.
Hey.
Thank, this is so good. Thank you. So is the nerve help the best thing for residual nerve damage and numbness from shingles?
You could use nerve help. You could also use peppermint sometimes will work for that just by itself. Sometimes I mix the peppermint with Ravensara, but nerve help could be one of the ones to use.
Is peppermint as good?
No, but it can be something you use. Nerve help would be better. Yeah.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
You're so welcome.
Did he talk about this? The ordering Devil Chaser? We don't have it on the site. I just.
We can put it on the site. Yeah.
And
Yeah, that was just out of a class kit.
Greg mentioned cystis. Could he speak more about cystis benefits and cystis badgeri?
Yeah, it helps to break like emotional patterns in the body. It helps you to go inward and it helps you to transition, but it really helps you go more inward, like the potential to go more inward. So, yeah. Increases and improves like dream processing, you know, it basically heightens intuition. Yeah.
Yeah, Devil Chaser. It's a body tonic. It was in last week's class. We'll get it up on the site.
Yeah.
All right, great questions, great shares, guys.
Well, let's take a break and we'll come back and we'll do the advanced version of this. So we'll come back at 25 after. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. And so we're still working with the memory support for the rosemary. And we're going to do the advanced approach for the ORIC programming. So we're going to do it slightly different than what we just did, you know, because we went from standard and now we're doing the advanced. So go ahead and begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the left side of your body. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the left side of your body. Head to ankle. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Awareness is on the left side of your body. Now, move your awareness to the back side of your body. Back of your head and neck, your upper and mid back, your low back, your hips, the back of the legs, all the way down to your heels. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Then the right side of your body, right side of your face and neck, your right shoulder and ribs, your right hip, down the outer leg, the right ankle. And then the front side of the body, the face and throat, chest, abdomen, front of the pelvis, down the legs, all the way to the tops of your feet. And then just pause and be still. Now, begin hitting your awareness is on your knees, the back of your knees. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the back of the knees. Your awareness is on the ankles. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the ankles. And then the soles of your feet. Your awareness is on the soles of your feet. And then pause and be still. Begin inhaling again. We're doing the quadrants, the left side of the body, left side of the face and neck, left shoulder and ribs, all the way down to the ankle, left side. The front side of the body, down the front, face, throat, chest, abdomen, front of the pelvis, down the fronts of the legs, to the tops of the feet. And then the right side of the body. Right side of the face and neck, the right shoulder, the ribs, down the outer leg, the right ankle. And then the back side of the body. Back of the head and neck, the whole back and hips, down the back of the legs to the heels. And pause and be still. Begin inhaling, your awareness is on the brain. Excuse me. And then your awareness is on the spine. And as you inhale with your awareness on the spine, try to relax your spine the best that you can. And now move your awareness to the brain and spine at the same time. And your awareness is on the brain and the soles of your feet. So your awareness is brain and soles of your feet. Now, you're still doing brains and soles of your feet, but as you inhale, raise your awareness up into your lower leg just a little bit, like about halfway up the lower leg. And as you exhale, let your attention go down into the earth. So your inhale moving up, your exhale moving down. And just let go. Okay. We're going to jump right down to this next segment. And it's about soothing the solar plexus, but this does a few things. For one, it calms down agitation in the emotional body. If you think about like when there's some sort of conflict with somebody, argument, or somebody yells at you or something, it takes a little bit for the mind to kind of be able to focus clearly, think clearly. And part of that is agitation in the emotional body. But also there can be just the solar plexus is malfunctioning, which can impact brain function, and inflammation in the organs. Inflammation in the organs will directly impact brain function. And so this is a way to kind of hit all of those. Also, you can augment this by taking turmeric internally or black cumin internally over a long period of time. Not just doing it once or twice, but if you do it daily, it does improve brain function. Okay, so you're going to take either black cumin, blue cypress, blue tansy, dark blue tansy, any chamomile, milfoil, sage, turmeric. For those that bought the kit for purchase, turmeric is the one that's in your kit. And I give you a 5 ml bottle so you can put drops of water and take it internally. Yarrow, or a blend would be Blue Healer. Okay, so you're going to begin by putting your awareness on the front solar plexus, which is that area below your ribs on your upper abdomen. You're going to take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still on the front solar plexus. You're still taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause for a moment. And then the back solar plexus, the mid back area, below the shoulder blades, the mid back area. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the back solar. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then pause and be still. And let's do that one again. So front solar plexus below your ribs on the upper abdomen. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause. In the back solar plexus. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the back solar. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. We're going to go through and do it one more time. So your awareness is on the front solar plexus, below the ribs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus, the mid back area. Your awareness is on the back solar. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just be still. Be still, be aware. How do you feel? Your body, your emotions? You can share experiences or ask questions. You can unmute yourself or type in.
Go ahead, Peggy.
Hey, Peggy.
I am covered in sage oil. I dropped the bottle so often and repeatedly that I just spilled it all over me. So I'm just loving the smell, and I think I'm relaxed.
Good, good. A different kind of sage bath.
Yeah, totally.
Go ahead, Donita.
Hey, Miss Donita.
Hi, Greg.
Mhm.
I needed a moment to find where I can raise my hand. I couldn't even, my brain is not thinking. I wanted to share that the memory support made me really sleepy. I
Yeah.
dropped the bottle a few times.
Yeah. Probably because you know, one of the issues is it is diminishing some forms of stress, and it's also regulating the adrenals. And you know, it's an adrenal stimulant, which makes it sound like you're making the adrenals, like, you know, stimulated like with caffeine, but it's making the, like in medical aromatherapy or in like doing physical things like this, the stimulant means that it makes it function better. So functioning better could also be that it's more regulated or it actually calms down. And so it would have a regulating effect on the adrenals, and if they're a little hyper reactive, it just calms it down. So you just go, okay, nighty night. You know, it's not something you would use for like to induce sleep, but it could be something you use for relaxation or things
So
like
that
that.
so
So
that
yeah,
wouldn't be good for me in the morning to get me going.
I would still use it in the morning.
I
But
generally don't need anything.
yeah, like I would say, you know, just stick with the 25 inhalations in the morning and then do your day. And you know, after a little bit of acclimating to it, the adrenals become a little bit more regulated, and it won't have the sleepy effect, you know.
And then afterwards I moved to the Blue Healer, and oh well, towards the end I dropped the bottle and I went into the La La Land too, but
Right.
in the beginning it was just such a different feel. So it
Mhm.
was almost like I was inhaling it with my awareness on my solar plexus, and it was this yummy space within, and
Mhm.
almost like euphoric state.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you calm the solar plexus, and it allows you to expand into different parts of the mental body, especially the more intuitive part, and it also is activating to the heart. And so between the two, that the heart part was probably the expanded space. But yeah,
Oh, nice. I need a nap now.
yeah, go.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Ralph.
Hey, Ralph.
Hey, Greg, couple of oils
Yes.
questions here.
Yes.
What's the difference between Blue Healer and Sacred Blue in this application?
Sacred Blue would be a little bit more for activating like the upper faculties. Like it would be more like cognitive functions, where here you're trying to reduce inflammation and agitation in the solar plexus. I don't know that the Sacred Blue would do a whole lot for that. I mean, it will do it a little bit, but the Blue Healer is more calming to the emotions, it's calming to inflammatory processes, it's calming to agitation that's in the body, things like that. The Blue Healer is much better at that than the Sacred Blue would be.
Okay. All right. Now on the earlier we were using rosemary. How would
Mhm.
rosemary verbone work?
Yeah, rosemary verbena, like when I put rosemary in, I don't really, you could use any of the rosemaries.
So
you
either
could use-
either one's effective.
Yeah, rosemary, rosemary verbena, Tuscan blue rosemary, and there's a rosemary camphor that we use for cardiovascular issues. And even the rosemary camphor would work.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Great. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Would taking yarrow internally work as well?
Yeah, I just wouldn't, like with yarrow and German chamomile, you could take them for about 3 weeks, but you'd need to take a break. So they're not great long-term solutions, but they're usually when there's like heightened inflammation, you would use that. Better long-term approach is black cumin or turmeric internally. Yeah.
What is soothing the solar plexus doing for memory?
It's like we were saying in the beginning, when the emotional body is more agitated, the tendency is for mental functions to go down. And again, going back to the formation of memory, and if the emotional body is agitated, we don't even take in the information quite like we should. And so we can't even really form memory. So by calming down and regulating the solar plexus, calming down and regulating the emotional body, and then reducing inflammation in the internal organs, just that also improves mental function.
My BP is 118/68. Yay. Oh,
Okay.
Teresa.
Hey, Teresa.
I'm having issues with mute buttons. Quick one. I've never heard of rosemary camphor, and I think that was one of the, I think you recommended rosemary and camphor for circulation. Would that be a good, is it actually rosemary and camphor?
You could, but you could, yeah. I usually just use it to treat particular kinds of heart conditions. And
Okay.
so, but you could, yeah. I mean, didn't even enter my mind, but yeah, totally.
Okay. Is it truly like rosemary and camphor together, or
No,
is it
it's
just a type of rosemary?
It's a different chemotype of rosemary. You know, like even rosemary verbena is a different chemotype of rosemary. So it just means like the chemistry is a little different, you know, because of you know, where it grew or the things around it. It adjusts and adapts to the environment, so the chemistry of it changes. And
Got
then
it.
rosemary camphor is a version of that, where there's a much higher camphor content in that. But even if you mix rosemary and camphor, it doesn't quite do what rosemary camphor does. Yeah.
Got it.
So,
Perfect.
yeah.
All right. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And then one other question, which I came into the class with this, but it's starting to shift. I seem to have stuck energy in my hips and in my psoas. Is there anything stronger than like Palo Santo that could help shift it?
The Opodeldoc, like if you inhale it quite a bit and put it on the body, that actually can help relax that. And then anytime you reduce agitation in the limbic system, so things like Embret would work, even Blue Lotus would work. Sage on the organs of blood purification, you know, inhaling the sage on those areas. It's funny because I'm going to be putting that in the Monday newsletter, is sage on for calming down the limbic function, which can be like the generation of like homeostatic emotion, lower physiological emotions and things like that. But part
Okay.
of what happens is when the limbic system is a bit agitated, it's like a fancy way of saying the stress response.
Yep.
It aggravates physiology in your body, but specifically it will increase tension in the diaphragm, the sternocleidomastoid, and the psoas. So
Yes, that sounds.
also a little bit in the hamstrings.
Yep, that sounds spot on. So there'll be something about that in the
Monday newsletter. Mhm.
Monday newsletter. And so you said Blue Lotus, Sage, and I think I have the Blue Lotus tincture.
Yeah, like
Sorry,
that
no, the
on
vagal
the
tone.
body would help, but working sage on the organs of blood purification is a quick way to go through and try to address that.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much.
So
I believe that Greg said that Palo Santo on the wrists flushes things out of the solar plexus. Does that do something different than the soothing the solar plexus?
yeah, and it's actually on the thumb webs. Yeah, that just Palo Santo on the thumb webs just flushes out the energy in the solar plexus. This goes much deeper, calms the agitation and causes a reduction in inflammation. And so the Palo Santo doesn't necessarily quite do that.
I'm loving all of this. I did have to use other essential oil brand when we started. My kit had not yet arrived. When we did the solar plexus, I did chamomile.
Yeah.
I was doing some raging in my head. My Ortner brought in, my partner brought in the kit. It arrived. I'm so excited. Thank you.
Good. Okay, so we'll break for lunch. We'll come back we'll do an hour and a half break for lunch. So we'll come back at 10 after 2 Central Time. So hour and a half from now. Hey, everybody. Hang on. The thing from BT. All right, give me just a second here and get back on track. Okay, so we left off doing the solar plexus. Now we're going to do a thing that is about stimulating to a deeper degree cognitive processes. And this is tied to regulating the production of homeostatic emotion or lower emotion. And so we're working the organs of blood purification. So with organs of blood purification, you have a couple of different things. One is you have homeostatic emotion, which we're addressing here. And like what we were talking about before the lunch break, when I was talking about using sage on the organs of blood purification, that's limbic function. And so that's tied a little bit more to behavior. Like, how like we talk about sometimes you get triggered and there's an automatic behavior that kicks in, the automatic behavior is tied to, they're like two sides of the same coin, the emotion and the behavior. But here we're treating the emotional component. When we're using like things like sage or Palo Santo or frankincense, rue, but specifically on the organs of blood purification, you're working the behaviors, right? So this is the idea behind, you know, in ancient times when they would do healings, there was the 4 humors and then the 4 temperaments. One was emotions, one was behavior. You know, they're close, they're overlapping, but they are different, right? They're nuanced a little bit different. So here we're looking at the emotion component. And so we use basil or lotus. Lotus if you have something fancy, but I think a lot of people have the basil. Any form of basil will work. And so let's see how everybody does, and then we'll go from there. First off, I'd say also check how you feel. A lot of times for myself, when I do this process on purifying the homeostatic emotions or the homeostatic behaviors, there's like a weird tension that diminishes that I don't know that I even knew that I had it until it was gone. And then I was like, oh yeah, I feel way more relaxed. And so the idea is, you know, in ancient times, they would treat a lot of different conditions by treating these organs of blood purification. And the idea is that either the homeostatic emotions or the limbic function, you know, being behavior, would contribute to health issues. They would cause health issues, or they would aggravate issues in the body that were maybe pre-existing and make them significantly worse. And so even when you look at the idea of being in situations where there's a lot of negative projections at somebody, you know, say you're in a place of work or in you know, somebody in the family or a friend is constantly like grinding on you or projecting negativity. Part of how that has an impact and makes you feel uncomfortable or starts to cause you to be agitated, whatever it might be, is through that it stimulates a response in homeostatic emotions, but more importantly, behavior. And so if you look at how you treat homeostatic behavior or limbic function is also how you treat the effects of psychic attack. They're actually one and the same. And so they're nuanced, they're slightly different, but you know, if you don't understand what I'm saying, I get it. It is very nuanced and but they are two things that cause us agitation, anxiety, you know, odd feelings, feelings of fear, whatever it might be, cause us to check out, cause us to feel bad about ourselves, whatever it might be. Some of it is the behavior, some of it is the emotion, right? The emotion eventually turns into thought processes. So by going through and doing this, you're also reducing the potential for repetitive thinking or just lower negative thinking. You know, like sometimes when somebody has a lot of negative self-dialogue, you could actually trace that back to homeostatic emotion, which is what we're treating right here. Okay. So we have basil or we have lotus, and any of the lotuses will work, any of the basils will work. Okay, and begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the brain. How do you feel compared to this morning? Like this morning you felt fine, but like, yeah, you felt more chill. We probably could have called this class memory focus and stress relief or something. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Then move your awareness to the lungs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the lungs. And then your liver. Your awareness is on your liver. And then pause and be still. Okay, we're going to do the gallbladder. So you're going to go to your midline, like so the center of your body. You're going to go 2 inches to the right, below the ribs. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Then down to your kidneys. Awareness is on the kidneys. And then you're going to the spleen on the left-hand side below your ribs. And then pause and be still. Begin inhaling on your temples. And then the area between your eyebrows. And then the area between your eyebrows. And then just pause and be still. Let's do that one again. Your awareness is on the brain. Your awareness is on your lungs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the liver, right hand side below the ribs. More long, slow, deep breaths. And then be still. Again, go back to your midline, off to the right 2 inches below your ribs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your kidneys. Your awareness is on your kidneys. Your awareness is on your spleen, left hand side below your ribs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just be still and just let everything go. Again, you're inhaling. Your awareness is on the temples. And then the ajna, the area between the eyebrows. And just being still, letting everything go. Just enjoy the space that you're in. Here, by calming down the homeostatic emotions, you're improving the mechanisms, the overall mechanisms associated with memory. Here, we're not necessarily targeting a specific aspect of memory, but we're looking at the overall whole set of responses, or it's not really a system, but it's a series of processes and things. It's a kind of set of responses. By going through and doing this, it allows them to function more appropriately. So this isn't going to be like, oh, I do this process once and then I wake up tomorrow and boom, my memory's, great. You'll notice that your mind kind of calms down in a way, and for like a little tiny bit, it's like I'm not even really thinking anything, or I don't have a lot of thoughts. What you're doing is you're turning on the observer. You're turning on the inner camera, you could say, and you're able to take in more information to form the memory, right? And so then all the mechanisms kind of start to go, but if there's not enough raw data, memories don't form very well. Like you'll have memory, but you won't have great memory, right? You'll remember the pieces that we're able to get in. Here, we're opening up the pipe so that more information can come in and can be processed and then converted into long-term memory. And then the other mechanisms as well. And so this done on a regular basis, for one, it makes you feel good. It's very calming. It's very soothing. It calms down the mind. It calms down repetitive thoughts. And again, it enhances the overall mechanisms associated with memory. So over a period of time, you're starting to see that there's a culmination, like the thing that we started with the memory support or the rosemary. That's just stimulating some of the basic mechanisms, physical mechanisms for memory to happen. You're increasing blood, you're calming down the adrenals, you're doing all these things. This is like enhancing your ability to form the memories. So it's addressing a different component. We're still going to do another round of it. For one, I also find this, I've even used this, as silly as it sounds, to help go to sleep sometimes. Like, it's very calming and soothing, and it will help you sleep. It will make your body feel better. I find that it also reduces pain. So there's the pain component. And sometimes it just allows the body to do the processes that it normally does, rest and repair, or, if you need to be functional, you're able to focus and do things better. So I even do this in some of the healing sometimes. Like I'll treat this and then I go deeper to treat the emotion or something going on in the physiology. And, I just had somebody the other day, I did this a lot on them because I've only worked on them maybe a few times. And they go, yeah, I didn't even tell you my shoulder was hurting really bad. And now my shoulder doesn't hurt. I didn't treat the shoulder. I treated the homeostatic emotions. And, they're just a thing that we need to do it as a tune-up from time to time, because even if we get them to a good place, things happen in the news, things happen in your family, things happen at work, whatever's going on. And, they get a little agitated and you got to go back through and calm them down again. And so it is an old school way of doing deeper healing. And so let's do one more round of this. And you're beginning to inhale, your awareness is on the brain. And then your lungs. Your awareness is on your lungs. In your liver. Your awareness is on your liver. Right hand side below your ribs. And then pause and let go. You're just letting go. Just let it incubate in the body. Okay, go to your midline. 2 inches to the right, below your ribs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. This area impacts the gallbladder. And then the kidneys, you're dropping down to the kidneys. And then the spleen, left-hand side, below your ribs. And then pause and be still. Just be still, let everything go. And then the temples, your awareness is on the temples. And in the area between the eyebrows. Vaginal. And then pause and be still. Notice your body, notice your emotions. Notice your thoughts. Okay, let's go ahead and share your experiences, ask questions. You can unmute yourself, you could type in. How did this process treat you?
Hi, Greg.
Hey,
Hey, super relaxed.
Good.
Super, my brain feels great, but body's super relaxed.
Good, good, good. This could be your jam for a little while.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah. Like if you think about like our stress response and everything, and it's, the stress response is actually kind of complex. It's not as easy as like, oh, go to this, go to that. There's lots of factors. But when you hit an area that's like, whoa, that feels so good, again, it's good for pain, it's good for stress, it's good for body tension, lower emotions, especially like when they keep popping up. I would say even allergies. I suspect that if you treated this intensely, it would reduce allergies.
Thank you. I'm enjoying today.
Yeah, good, good. I'm glad you're feeling better too.
I am. It's sorry, they just start barking every time I start talking. It's like little kids. It seems to be stable, like that my body seems to be stabilizing, and I'm not doing some of the things that were kind of aggravating it. So appreciate you.
Oh, good. I'm glad. I'm glad you're doing a little better.
Someone shared sleepy,
Yeah.
another BRB. You can go sleep.
Oh.
On the first round, I was remembering a number of childhood traumas, but it was like watching a movie.
Yeah.
By the second and third round, second and third one, I was really relaxed.
Yeah.
It really relaxed the emotions and thoughts.
Yeah. Doesn't it? Yeah. I agree.
Mhm. Yeah, go ahead, Lolly.
Hey, Lolly.
Hey. Wow, that was amazing. I worked with basil, which as a scent is not like, oh wow, gives me anything, but that was the bottle just kept on dropping to the floor.
Right,
And
right.
yeah, oh my God, but that
Right.
was super relaxing. what I'm wondering about is, as far as Lotus, would you do, would Sacred Blue be a good option or not so much?
It could, like Lotus by itself would actually work a little better, but Sacred Blue it does have a lot of lotus in it, and it has tuberose. I do use
Yeah.
tuberose for this pattern as well, but for something different. Like I'm not treating the emotions or behaviors, and so it would depend on what you're trying to do. But for this, it would work, but I would probably use the lotus by itself. You know, one of the lotuses or the basil. Yeah.
Okay. Because yeah, I mean, we worked with the organs of blood purification with different things, but here it's very specific. So
Yeah.
if you want to calm down the emotions, that's going to be your go-to, pretty much.
Yeah, like
With
it's
this.
and it's not just calming down the emotions, it's like the body gets this like I've never heard a good term that I liked, but the best thing I could come up with is just you get emotional tension in the body. You know, there's physical tensions, you know, there's tension like in the nervous system, whatever, but we do get like this kind of emotional tension in the body that, you know, as much as we try to treat it with muscle relaxers and this and that, like nothing ever quite like hits it. You know what I mean? And it's because it's in the emotional body. It's tied to physiology, but then it's starting to shift into feelings, and so this idea of this, it calms down those emotions and the production of emotions, and it diminishes the production of, you know, negative feelings. You know, because an emotion turns into a feeling eventually, and then it also is very quieting to the mind. You know, so it will diminish the tension in the body. It quiets the mind. I mean, it's a good go-to thing, and you know, I talk about how basil, you know, it deals with the stress of concentration, but basil can also be used to treat the effects of stress. And like an aspect of treating the effects of stress, just taking it internally will have an impact. But if you had somebody who was really, I mean, in like a lot of toxic stress, and I use the term toxic stress is when the stress is so bad it changes your physiology, it changes how your body starts processing. So either toxic stress, traumatic stress, or the stress response is just so agitated that, you know, how people will start to have the startle response, like hyper reactive, like you see something coming and you're like, the noise still like makes you jump. And you know, it's not just an isolated thing, it will happen to you almost like daily. And that is just the stress response is so agitated. And there's different ways of trying to calm it down, but this is one of those ways, is you use like basil or lotus, and you go through and you work the organs of blood purification. And here I added the brain. Sometimes I add the brain, sometimes I don't. And just for a good measure, I added the ajna and the temples. I find that the ajna and temples don't make it or break it, but it adds like maybe another 20% effectiveness. You know what I mean? It doesn't do the whole thing, but like you hit those two spots and you really kind of tie together the emotional component with the mental component, and it really has a deeper effect on the mind and mental processes. So
okay, yeah, because that was my other question about the temples and the ajna. Okay.
Yeah, it's
And
for
then,
cognitive function. Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, so if we were to work with one of the other orals, like doing sage or doing that for the behavior,
that's more behaviors, which is really
right.
kind of similar. Like they're kind of like this, but they're still two pieces, but they go like this a lot.
So
And
basically, so because I'm kind of thinking, yes, that's a great, that would be like the first choice. But let's say I'm even working on somebody or doing healing, and I want them to do a pattern, and let's say they just have sage or frankincense, and then the other one would be a good substitute if I can do, like it does something like working the
That's something
behavior is
different.
going to do
Yeah.
something different,
That's different. Yeah.
but it's still going to come down to, is it going to do anything for the emotions or just for work?
Not as much.
So when you say behavior, how like,
Instinctive responses. It's
okay,
instinctual
okay,
responses. Yeah.
okay, that's what I
Yeah.
was, that's what I was missing.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, perfect, thank you.
You're so on.
Very relaxing. I was thinking about how I would normally react to situations, especially things that trigger fear thoughts and feelings,
Yeah.
and just how things are okay. I'm so
Yeah.
grateful for this
Yeah.
process.
Yeah. I mean, this one right here, like, we could do this one for like half a day, and I think most of us would be like, yeah, this is good. Like, you know, we could keep doing it. And there's times where for whatever reason my body starts to feel a little bit agitated. It can aggravate pain and make pain worse, or pain can actually aggravate these mechanisms. Like, it goes back and forth. And so if you do have pain syndromes, I would do it because the pain is agitating these mechanisms, and then these mechanisms are making the pain worse, right? So by going through and doing this, you increase the body's ability to kind of to heal and regulate, but you are decreasing the pain mechanisms quite substantially. And that's another thing, we should do a series on pain.
I think that would be
Yeah.
really smart.
We could easily do 10 one dayers on that
Exactly. Yeah.
one. But anyway, I got sidetracked. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, so we're at what, about 20 after? So let's take a 15-minute break. We'll come back at 35 after. And we will start doing treatments on the brain. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. And we are at the bottom, or excuse me, at the top of page 6, and we're dealing with the brain. So you have the blend 4 lobes, you have cistus, you have thuja, cedar, and arbor vitae or arbor vitae, depending on how you say it. So this is to help shift the brain so you're better using both sides of your brain, the right and the left. Intellect and intuition. So whichever of the oils that you're going to use, and first just begin inhaling your oil. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Okay, again, you're going to begin inhaling. This time your awareness is on your low back, the back side of your navel. Now your awareness is still going to be on that low back area, but now it's also on your crown, the top of your head. Awareness is on the low back and your crown, both at the same time. And then let that go for a moment. Just let it go. Your awareness is on the back heart. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Awareness on the back heart. Mhm. Oh, excuse me. Thank you. And your awareness is on the back heart, which is the area between your shoulder blades, and your low back, which is the back side of your navel. And then your awareness is on the soles of your feet. And then pause and let go. Just pause and let go. Okay, let's do that again. Low back area, the back side of the navel. your low back area and the crown, the top of your head, both at the same time. And let's just let it go for a moment. Let's just be still and let it go. Your awareness is on the back heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. I'll just straighten your breath. Yeah. Very fortified. And then your awareness is on the back heart, which is the area between the shoulder blades, and the Ming Men, which is the back side of your navel. And then the soles of your feet. And then just pause and be still. Most likely you won't find this as relaxing as some of the other things we've done. It's actually a bit more fortifying. It is relaxing to a very specific part of the nervous system, but you're just trying to balance out the two sides of the brain in a particular way. Yeah, you're actually calming down the motor nerves, which is part of your voluntary part of your nervous system. It's tied to outward expression. Let's do one more round. I really like this one. Your awareness is on the low back, the backside of the navel. And then your low back and the top of your head both at the same time. And then just be still. Your awareness is on the back heart. Keep your awareness on the back heart and now go down to your low back. Awareness is on the soles of your feet. And then pause and be still. You're just being still. Notice your body, your emotions, your mind. How's your mind? Yeah, tired. Yeah, yeah. You know, part of what you're doing with this process, it's a little bit complicated, but like if I was to boil it down, that when your motor nerves are part of your voluntary part of your nervous system. So like when you're walking or running or riding, moving your arms, anytime you're moving your body, you're doing it via motor nerves. And when the motor nerves are a little bit more aligned with intellect, there's a bit more tension in the body and there's a bit more agitation in the body. And when they're aligned more with the intuitive side of the mind, things are a bit more relaxed. So if you think of like when people are exercising, they're not being intellectual, they're actually using the intuitive part of their mind. They're performing, they're adjusting, they're adapting in the moment. They're refining themselves in the moment. And how you do that is through intuition. And in the extreme version of that, where intuition and the motor nerves are working, is what you would call the runner's high, or like, how people exercise and they get to almost this like blissed out state. It comes when there is a much better alignment between intuition and the motor nerves. Things just move and flow easier, both in the body and in the mind, when it's more aligned with the intellect. The body and mind tend to be at odds with each other. So anyway, that may or may not make any sense to you, but just know you're fortifying the nervous system, you're fortifying the brain. Yeah. So I'd still like to squeeze in the focus. It's real short. So peppermint, forest mint. If you don't have those, corn mint can be a substitute, which would be pretty up there. But let's see what you got. Peppermint or forest mint? Forest mint is basically peppermint, but with very little menthol. So peppermint has quite a bit of menthol. Forest mint has very little. Both are very stimulating to the mind and to the body's processes. Okay, so whichever one you have, you're gonna start inhaling. Your awareness is on the brain. So you're stimulating the brain and mental function, cognitive functions. Move your awareness down to between the eyebrows, the ajna. In your throat. Awareness is on your throat. And then pause and be still. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the brain. The area between the eyebrows, the ajna. Your awareness is on the throat. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths on the throat. And then pause and be still. Mm. This one's short, so we're going to do it a few times. So again, your awareness is on your brain. In between the eyebrows, the ajna. Your awareness is on your throat. Just be still. Let's do that one just one more time. Awareness is on the brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is between the eyebrows. And then your awareness is on the throat. And then pause and be still. Just pause and be still. You're just being still. Check your body, your emotions, and your thoughts. How did that treat you?
It was all over the place. Oh, my energy. Oh, no, I don't. Oh, no, I'm sleeping. Oh, no, I have energy.
So what you're saying is peppermint makes you schizophrenic.
It's no pain.
Mm.
I think I'll be smelling peppermint in my nose.
Yeah.
for-
Yeah. Did you use peppermint or force mint?
I use the peppermint.
Okay, so if anybody wants to unmute and share experiences or ask questions, feel free. You can unmute or type in.
Yeah, go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, Teresa.
Hello. That was an interesting one. And like I think that's Sam in the background. I do have like mint in my nose. I'll probably spell it for the rest of the
Right.
week. But as well, it's what I'm curious about is I think in the just before this last round that we did it, I just started like memories were floating
Mhm.
like out like from the past of like letting go of furniture and moving and things like that. So what was this protocol around?
Stirring up the past. No, and like, I
Stirring
don't
up
know.
the past.
No, it wasn't. But I mean, I'll elaborate a little bit. But like, if you heard Samantha, she was like, first it made her feel awake, and then like, what was it? You got sleepy, and then you got
A little like just in between.
yeah, like she was bouncing all around, and
Yeah, me
then
too.
finally awake again, and you know, you're stimulating different like processes, and sometimes some of the processes that are getting stimulated have more about to do with like relaxation or maybe intuition. And so you might go through phases where you're like, oh, I'm so alert, and then I'm so sleepy, and then you know, because you're stimulating different parts of the brain, the longer you do it, you keep kind of hitting different parts of the brain. And so you know, the thing is you are stimulating with this focus. And, you know, we have focus and awareness. So awareness is when we're aware of the surroundings, but we have a hard time concentrating on the thing in front of us. You know, and if you think about somebody who's super focused, they're so like they're looking at a paper and they're reading it, and you walk in and you go, Greg, 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 and they're
Yeah.
so focused, they don't hear anything, right? They don't really hear the things going on around them. And so you have like that one pointedness, and then awareness, being aware of the surroundings, but having a hard time focusing on the thing in front of you. And so with focus, what starts to happen, you know, we do this even in the mystical practices. Like for those of you that have done the mystical practices with the Dorje, we focus on something, then we let go. Then we focus on something, then we let go. And, you know, both you're utilizing the two sides of the brain, but you're really kind of harmonizing the two. And they kind of feed and play off each other. And the thing is like here, you're taking focus to like a deeper extreme, you could say. And the thing is the more that you can have concentrated focus, like the deeper your perceptions go wherever you're looking. So it's not just being able to stay fixated on an item, but say you're looking at a subject matter and you stay focused on it. You kind of keep going deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper into whatever that subject is. And then when you let go, you're starting to gather the information that's in the surroundings, you could say, right? But that one pointedness, even when you're focusing, say I'm like focusing on this statue, right? I'm focusing,
Yeah.
I'm focusing, I'm focusing, I'm focusing on the image. My perception keeps going deeper and deeper of what is the image on this statue. And then when I let go, I gather up more information for where I'm at. So basically, like the focus is like you're drilling down, getting closer and closer to the truth or the heart of the matter, whatever it might be. And so in the mystical practice, we're using it to deepen our perception and whatever the situation is. And, you know, maybe it's a deity, maybe it's a spiritual practice, maybe it's an area of healing, maybe it's some problem at work, you know, who knows? But you keep going deeper and deeper and deeper. And then when you let go, then with awareness, you're gathering up the information that intuition goes, I can use this to heal this situation or improve this situation. And if you think about like healing, let me think of how to say this. Okay, let's say it like this. Our idea of healing a lot of times comes from the point of view of intellect, right? Not intuition, right? And so think of it like this. You know, this is very metaphorical. It's very symbolic, right? But say you're in this room. It's your favorite room. You love this room, and you know, somebody comes in and, you know, calls you a bunch of names and pulls all the things off the out of the closet, and, you know, tips over the couch and spills a bunch of stuff, and, you know, it just messes it up, right? So maybe even damages the room a little bit, right? Intellect would clean up the room. Like, let's, okay, how do we bring this back to the way that it was? Like, the couch is broken. How do we fix that? How do we make this room get close back to the way that it is? Or intuition is, this place is a mess. It's not repairable. I'm walking out of here, right? Like intuition goes, this room is done. This room is dirty. I can't use this room anymore. I'm gonna leave, right? So intuition is the movement. Intellect is like, how do I maintain something, right? And so when you're dealing with focus, it's like you keep going deeper and deeper and deeper into whatever the situation is. And then when you let go, finally you let go, intuition goes, okay, I can improve on this, or I'm just going to walk out. Like, let's just walk out, right? And so walking out doesn't mean necessarily leaving something, but walking out from a mental point of view is leaving the way that you used to think about something. Like, you basically are thinking about it in a new way, like you have a different perspective. But if you're just always practicing sustained awareness, you'll have awareness of it, but you'll never be able to go deeper so that you kind of process it, right? So really, to fly in the inner world or to do deep healing, you need to have focus and then awareness. Like, you know, you're wanting actually both. And so the focus gets you to the place that, you know, even if you're trying to connect to a deity, like, you keep focusing on the deity, and in a way you're bringing it into reality. You're merging the energy, and then you go, now let go. Then your intuition starts to assimilate all of this and do whatever it's going to do with it, if that makes sense.
Yep. So then focus is intellect and awareness is intuition in this context.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, and that made sense. I think what surprised me is, well, now you're talking about it, it's helping me kind of put together what was going on. Because it was more emotions that were coming up, like different waves of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
And even like you had like some imagery. It's like, even though like the imagery might not have had some big emotional content or some big trauma, it's like you're piercing deeper into your subconscious, unconscious, whatever it is. you're going back into the memory mechanisms, you're piercing deeper, and then you kind of go, okay, now I'm being aware. And things just start floating up or floating by, right? It's because
Okay.
you've pierced deeper into like inner perceptions.
Yeah, got it. Perfect. Thank you very much.
And then if you think about like, okay, I'm trying to heal a particular situation, say I have a trauma or something that I'm trying to heal, the deeper that you can go in with your perception, and then when you let go, the more you're going to release. So
I got it.
you hear you're stimulating that ability, but over a period of time, it's not that you need to inhale the peppermint or the forest mint every time. It's like you're trying to build the muscle of like being able to focus really deeply, and then you're either gathering information, or you're able to innovate, or you're able to learn, or you're able to go, I'm done with this. I'm out of here. I'm walking away. Like, I'm done.
Okay. And so for this one, that we did, would it be useful to focus on something?
You could. I would do it actually, if you're going to do that, I would do it with focus and awareness. I mean, that's kind of what we do with like the Dorje practice.
Sure.
You focus on something and then we let go. So like an oil version of that, peppermint or forest mint, your best bet for the focus part. And then probably your best bet for awareness would be like tuberose. Like, so you would do a lot of peppermint, like really focus, and then let go. And then when you let go, start inhaling the tuberose.
Okay.
And then after a while, you can just let that go and like, have your little expansion. Then when it feels like it's stopping, then you can go back, focus. And then back to the tuberose expansion.
Well, and just inhale and inhalation.
Just
Okay.
inhale. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, even internal, nothing will work better than inhalation in this particular process. Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you for that.
You're so welcome.
That sounded awesome.
Yeah.
Totally gonna try that. I think that's good for this session.
Okay. Yeah, I thought about putting the tuberose thing in here, but
Because it reminds me of the Dorje practice.
yeah, it's the oil version of the Dorje practice.
Yeah.
I mean, it is literally that practice.
Yeah. I was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, and there's different ways of doing it, but I don't know.
Would you inhale the tuberose with the pattern?
No, you don't even actually have to do a pattern. You just can focus. You can do this pattern if you want, but if you are focusing on something, you're just focusing on something, and you're inhaling the peppermint, and then when you let go, you just completely let go of everything, and then you inhale the tuberose. So not even really a pattern. Yeah.
Go ahead, Lolly.
Hey, Lolly.
Hey, so yeah, that was quite amazing. And I like the idea of working with the oils, same idea as the Dorje. What I'm wondering about is if not tuberose, another option to substitute anything.
Everything for that is kind of fancy. Like Narcissus works really well, but I doubt you have Narcissus laying around.
But I think tuberose is in the generational healing class.
Yeah, I think it is. It's in the
Is
generational.
it?
Yeah, I think so.
Hmm.
It's been in a few classes.
Yeah, I'll double
What
check.
about Sacred Blue for this one? Would that work or not really?
Because it's a blend, it doesn't quite do the same thing.
Okay.
And
Allies
it
is
wouldn't
not
be
gonna
bad,
work.
but it wouldn't be like tuberose by itself.
Okay. Yeah, for some reason I didn't remember it was in the generational healing. I
I
don't think
think
it is.
it is. It's been
I'll
in a
check.
few classes over a while.
Okay.
I'll look at the
Yeah.
list and see. what-
Okay, yeah, I'll check.
Yeah,
Okay.
because I'm
So
sure you
that's
have
the-
it in some class.
Kind of feel like you should, yeah.
Yeah, if it's
I'll
not
check.
the generational healing class, you have it in something else.
Okay, so this is one of those things, it has to be this one and there's nothing else. That's
Yeah,
really-
I mean, mugwort kind of like, but I mean, nowhere near like tuberose.
And aloes.
Okay.
Aloes kind of. Aloes would probably be even more than mugwort, but still not quite like
Yeah.
mugwort. Or excuse
No.
me, tuberose.
Okay.
Trying to think of what else could be out there.
Someone saying cistus.
I mean, cystis, yeah. I mean, those kind of work, but I mean, they don't work like tuberose works. Like tuberose in this area is the rock star. Like it's the goat. You know what I mean? Like it's the close second is narcissus. But after that, like I was looking at my notes for that just the other day. There wasn't a lot of choices. You know? There was this one oil that would work just as good, but it went off the market like 20 years ago or something. So it hasn't been around for a very, very long time. And it was only around for like a couple of years, so nobody has it.
Well, I thought I'd check, but okay, maybe it's time to get tuberose if I don't have it. But I'll go over.
I suspect you have it in a kit somewhere.
Okay, I'll check again.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think someone's trying to check for you.
I am trying
Yeah.
to.
And then
Did you do body mapping in the 3 brains?
No, not yet. It's on the list of classes to do. Yeah, it's on there.
Did you do Bridge of Light?
It's the throat chakra class.
Oh, no, she hasn't done this.
Or the Ming Ming.
No, sir.
You do the Ming
Did you
Ming
do the Ming Min?
No, that's the one I missed. I was catching up on another one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And it's not
Okay.
a generational healing.
I haven't gotten to generation.
No.
Okay.
No, I have the document that you have with all the classes in front of me,
Okay.
so I can see.
Okay.
It's okay. Time to do one of the other classes. And then about the one we did before with the basil and the blue lotus, would a combination of the two give the same results, or do they have
Yeah,
to
that's
be
the
separate?
devil chaser thing that I was doing.
Right.
Body tonic.
Because-
Same idea. Yeah.
Okay, because also I remember in the Q&A a couple of weeks ago, you mentioned how you can actually combine the 2 oils, even on the, okay. Do you have it?
I haven't made it, but I could. Yeah.
Okay. That's,
Blue lotus is so delicious. I hate like not that basil's not pretty, but it's like
I know. I'm thinking the smell, the scent is definitely not
It's
going
like-
to be the same.
it's like chocolate covered raisins. It's like yeah, it's good, but like why would you
But
put it
it's-
on raisins?
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Chocolate, what are you doing? It's raisins.
Oh my God. Yeah, and even, I mean, the body tonics, they always smell, the scent is always different, so it's definitely not.
Yeah.
Yeah. But even as an oil, I can say it's, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. So, okay, so we'll come back at 5 after and we'll ice the cake with a nice little pleasant little toning and fortifying the whole nervous system. So
What time did you say?
5 after. Hey, everybody. So this last piece, so we're at the bottom, or actually at the top of page 7. So with this, we're addressing of just basically in a physiological way, you could say you're fortifying the nerves. You know, when the nerves get depleted, they stop functioning as well. Like one manifestation is you'll start to feel like you get the shakes a little bit. You know, you might not have them, and then with just a little bit of exertion or stimulation, all of a sudden the nervous system, you'll start to shake a little bit. But you know, when you're doing meditation, when you're doing a lot of psychological healing, when you're doing a lot of physical healing, like if you're dealing with some really chronic health issue, part of what happens is the nervous system can get depleted. You know, in the old days, we called it neurasthenia. Now you call it chronic fatigue syndrome, right? Fibromyalgia, variation of the same thing. And so this isn't necessarily a treatment for all of that, but it's just a way to fortify the nerves. You look at it from a mystical point of view, part of what you're trying to do is fill the nervous system with light. And as you do that, the nervous system keeps refining itself. And part of what you're doing here is you're trying to refine your perceptions, right? So the more that the nervous system is filled with light and the more that the nervous system is fortified, you can perceive subtler and subtler information. You know, be it in the inner world or little nuanced things in the external world. And again, you have more of the data or building blocks that form the memory. You'll have more to recall. There will be more nuances that you can recall. So we're not just always looking at like, these are the mechanisms of memory. I got to make this part of my brain work. Here we took a bit more of a big picture view, holistic view, however you want to say it, where instead of focusing on a particular symptom or a particular issue, we just try to get the whole thing functioning much better than it was. And a lot of it has to do with the amount of information we can get in, right? And then once it's in, you can go through your mental processes or your memory processes. So this piece can be done with a specific idea or situation in mind, or a lot of times I just do it just cause, you know, I do it just without really thinking about anything in particular. Okay, so Acacia cystis, some sort of fir, Siberian fir premium is a top choice, but if not, some sort of fir. Also spikenard. Spikenard is really good for this. And then there's that blend of Avalokiteshvara, which is deity in the Buddhist practices. You would know Avalokiteshvara better by the name Kuan Yin. So it's an aspect of Kuan Yin. And that blend is very yummy if you haven't smelled it.
And if you got it in the kits, it came in a cute little purple bag.
Yeah. Oh, did it? So whichever oil you're going to choose, like choose it. And everybody's good with, yeah. Okay, so this is how we'll do it. Oh, I'll use my spikenard. Okay, so you're going to hold the bottle to your chest and then chin down, and you're going to inhale, hold your breath, and then up, and then exhale, and then down, inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale, down, inhale, 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 up, exhale. Just be still. Your eyes are closed. Just let it settle in. You're materializing light into your whole being, but especially your nervous system. Okay, bottle to your chest again. Down, inhale. Up, exhale. 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 Do about 4 or 5 more. Just be still. Just try inhaling the oil by itself without doing the materialization process. Just take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, just be still. Just let it go for a second. Bottle to your chest. Chin down. Inhale. Hold your breath. Up. Exhale. Inhale. Hold your breath. Up. Exhale. Do about 7 or 8 more. Just be still. Bottle to your chest. Chin down. 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Just be still. Let's do that again. Bottle to your chest. Chin down. 8 or 9 of those materialization breaths. Just be still. Notice your body. Notice your emotions, your mind. This is what I like to do with this. I observe my mind, I observe the thoughts. Whenever thought kind of arises, watch them for a little bit. And then if one tends to linger or not float away, I do the materialization breath focused on that. So how about we do that? Just observe your thoughts for a moment. You're not trying to stimulate something to come up. You're just watching whatever arises. It can be something that was a profound thing from your past, and sometimes something that seems just almost like nonsense or silly. You're observing that. Then let it go. Bottle to your chest, chin down. 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Excuse me. And again, observe the thoughts that arise in your mind. You're observing it. You're letting it go. Bottle to your chest, chin down, 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. So let's check in. How do you feel? How does your body feel? Your emotions, your mind? How do you feel? By the way, I'm just curious.
But like not asleep.
Yeah. So Samantha said chill, but not asleep, relaxed, but not sleepy, right? Especially this last piece, I feel a little like strong, like I feel chill, but I also feel like I could take a little bit more of a punch. Not that I want to get punched, but if I did, I could take it a little bit better. Right? So let's go ahead, share experiences, ask questions. You can unmute yourself, type in. How did you guys do today?
Give me just a second. Go ahead, Ralph.
Hey, Ralph.
Hey, Greg, on this last one here,
Mhm.
you say, observe what comes up.
Yeah.
To what degree? So if I'm getting the full multidimensional experience of whatever it is, how long do I need to sit in that, whatever it is,
So I would
before I start doing the inhale?
Right. So like I would say, you know, it would depend. If there's just a bunch of thoughts flowing by, you know, I just kind of watch them. But at some point there starts to be one that kind of floats by and then does a like a do around and comes back again. And you know what I mean? Like, so that's kind of the one that you're wanting to observe. And a lot of times in the observation, it starts to dissipate a little bit. But you're kind of using it to go a little bit deeper into the nervous system in a way that you couldn't really do any other way.
Okay.
And so even if it's inner experiences, you go, oh, look, I see literally silver lined clouds or something, you know, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and you just kind of observe that, but you still go through and do it, because what you're trying to do is, it's not so much about the thing you're observing, but you keep going to something that's more and more subtle, and then you kind of perceive it, and then you do the materialization breath, and it's like it keeps refining how subtle you can perceive. And so, if it looks like a process rather than a thing, that's okay. It doesn't matter. You're just trying to perceive those little things that flutter up. You observe it for a little bit, give it a minute or two, and then go ahead and do it. If there's something that kind of is big that comes up, I would sit with it until you start to feel a little expansion, and then do the materialization breath.
Okay. So
Yeah.
in my case, I'm having I will call it an imaginary scene where I'm escaping from a danger.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, totally.
And this is, like I said, a full multi-dimensional experience.
Right.
So I would sit with that until that begins
Yeah,
to
totally.
disintegrate a little bit.
I would really sit with that, because that sounds like you're actively like dream processing, but while you're awake. And that is quite if you can get to that place and like tap into that, oh man, that's some good processing right there. And so also, sometimes you might be processing, a situation from the past, but you're also like, if it's dream processing, part of what you're processing might not be literal, but it might be like a piece that the psyche needs to become more whole. And like here, I'm just using examples, like,
Right.
okay, I'm in a dangerous situation, am I being chased? I got away. Like, so in my mind, I have the piece now that, like, just because I'm in danger doesn't mean I can't get away. Where a lot of times our fear is amplified because we feel like we don't have like the next step, or we don't have plan B. And so, like, even like when you're doing some sort of project, like we'll be doing something with, I don't know, whatever it is. You go, okay, these are the steps. This is what's going to happen. But let's have something chambered so that if it goes wrong, we don't freak out because we don't have a plan, right?
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
so it's your brain kind of teaching you, like, teaching you is not the right word. It's like it's giving you the piece of information of like, oh yeah, by the way, you can get away. You know what I mean? And so a lot of times what you're doing is you're not necessarily processing the details of the past experience, but it's almost like you're processing the potentials. Like, hey, this happened before, because there's that part of your brain that remembers those old things and then tries to prevent it. And so part of your brain goes, yeah, something bad happened. We couldn't get away. Like, so, going back to, if that was my experience, that means when there's danger, I can't get away. When you do the dream processing, it comes in and goes, oh yeah, you can totally get away. It's just that situation sucked. You couldn't get away in that one, but it doesn't mean that's always the way that it is. So does that make sense?
Makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. And so
Okay.
I always find the, like, being chased or being in danger, or, people surrounding you, it's not so much about the situation, is you're being taught how to do something, like something that maybe survival oriented, but definitely
Well, I figured it was definitely
reduction of trauma oriented.
reduction of trauma, and it's
Yeah.
showing me that I have a bigger toolkit to work with than what I
Right.
might have had in the past. So when something comes up now, I have this, I can do, oh, I remember having this
Right.
dream where
Right,
I did this thing.
Right.
And, then I was able to, remove myself from that danger situation.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Like, you know, it's just the intuitive mind works very, very differently than the intellect. And so like how it processes is I mean, that's what dreams are, is like you're processing an intuitive, you know, intuition. And so it's like almost like playing out scenarios. You know how like if you watch puppies, they like play wrestle, like they play fight, but what they're
Mhm.
doing is they're learning how to fight. So if they ever are attacked when they're older, they know how to defend themselves. But as puppies, they're just kind of wrestling and play biting and you know, what happens if I do this move? What happens if I do that move? I'm gonna get up on the sofa and jump down on him and like, you know, does all those things. It's very fun to watch, but they're learning how to defend themselves. And so in dream time, it's like intuition is playing with scenarios. What if I do this? What if I do that? What if I do this? And like it almost like plays it out so that the mind, when posed with that problem, is more able to innovate or learn or, you know, heal, whatever it is, adapt, adjust, because it's already played out that scenario.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And then go ahead, Teresa, then Denise.
Hey, Teresa.
Hello. That was
Katie?
fabulous.
Oh,
I
good,
love that
good.
one.
Yeah.
I have a roller ball that's almost empty of that one.
Mhm.
So could you tell me a little bit more about the blend? I just intuitively gotten it before. What else would that
Well,
amazing
it's used for like all the deity blends are used for devotional practices to the deity. Like it's not
Mhm.
really made to like treat particular things other than, you know, I do fold it into things just because it
Mhm.
does produce a result. But if I remember right, isn't it in the navigating the body map or something? Yeah. I think it was tied to one of the,
Yes.
it's tied to one of the alchemies. I want to say it's not despair, that was Katumi, if I remember right. Go ahead,
Yeah,
go ahead.
despair. Yeah, it's gonna take me a sec. I'm looking.
Yeah, we're looking up what we
Okay.
used for there. Yeah.
All right. Then while Sam's looking that up, I've never used, is it Tuja or
Thuja, or Thuya. Yeah,
Thuya?
Yeah.
What is what is that? Is it a flower or a
No, it's a
tree?
tree. It's the thuja tree, but it's very similar to cedar. Like I
Okay.
always call it cedar on steroids.
Okay.
Very good for jump starting lymph nodes that have really diminished in function.
Okay.
So it's good for that. It's good for similar things in that cedar would be used for, but I would say it's a little stronger. It's has a very strong effect on certain kinds of viruses, and because of the chemical or chemistry of it, it helps to shift the brain out of